Hello, everybody. All right, welcome to round 4 of the Olympiad coverage. Team Ireland. Once again, we are having slight technical difficulties because after my computer died yesterday from overexhaustion during the stream, I got logged out of Diana's Twitch once again, and today she forgot to log me back in. Well, rather, I told her too late. I told myself I'd tell her yesterday, but then we didn't talk. Well, we only talked about other stuff, and I forgot to tell her, and I told her this morning, and then she was already on her way, so we couldn't do it anymore. So that's unfortunate. I don't have title editing powers or any other powers for that matter. And also we're again not on Lichess, which, a bit unfortunate, but what can you do? Anyway, we have a little bit of a funny situation today. So Team Ireland women are playing against Armenia today. One of the top boards actually, so if we're lucky, we might actually get some footage of them in other on like the mainstream streams at some point. Actually, I don't think so, because I think they only have the top 6 boards of the women, and they are on board 12 or something, or maybe 10 or 11. No, 11, I think. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, hey Tong. Hey Tong. Tongsters, how are you doing? Finally, we have a VIP viewer, a VIP Tong. I hope you have done your homework for tomorrow. Oh, actually, I don't really care that much. Do your homework. Yeah, anyway, we have Diana's game on the screen, so let's go through it. Usually, Diana's not the type of person who knows massive amounts of opening theory or plays into preparation by her high-rated opponents. But good morning, 16th century man. How are you doing? But today, some preparation for the Sveshnikov. Connor, their captain, had some prep ready, and we went through it a little bit, and it looks quite well. I mean, it's a pretty standard line, so nothing too special, but at the same time, at least her opponent seems to be fairly predictable, so they had a reasonable degree of confidence in what the line was going to be, and let's just look at how it turned out. So her opponent sometimes she plays the Philidor, not the e5 then d6 Philidor, but like d6 and then maybe e5 later, or sometimes she just leaves it with like a perk kind of structure. But today she went for the Sicilian, and yeah, so Diana doesn't usually like play the open Sicilian very much, but play with some prep, early knight d5, which is something I'm really not familiar with. Point being, can't take this pawn because you have 2 knights on the square, so fairly interesting line. How are the Irish team doing? Haven't seen any updates. Well, Ireland has been doing quite well, reasonably as expected, you could also say. First round, the women played against Myanmar and won 4-0. In the second round, they played against Hungary and lost 3-1, with some chances, but didn't turn out um, to be enough to get a 2-2 in there. And then in round 3 they played against Japan, and they won 3.5-half, with Trisha drawing on board 1 and Laura, Diana, and Evia winning. And then the men, they played in round 1 against I don't actually remember who they played in round 1, but a smaller team in any case. In round 2 they played against Iran and did well. They only lost 2.5, 1.5, even though they were major underdogs in that encounter. And Honor actually managed to get a win over Amin Tawatabay, 26-64 rated, so good success on that one. And then in round 3 they played against Ethiopia and won 4-0 again. So both teams basically performing to expectation, maybe a little bit over expectation score-wise. But today, again, we're playing against two dominant overdogs, basically, people, or rather teams that we are not expected to win against, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen. So the women are playing against Armenia with the lineup. Oh, actually, interestingly, Elina Danielian, their board 1, is not playing. I'm just seeing that. So Trisha is not playing GM Danielian, but rather Lilith Mkrichian. Not exactly sure how to pronounce it, but anyway, also very strong player, of course, but not their normal board 1. So that might increase the chances a little bit. Armenia resting their board 1. Interesting. Yeah, and Team Ireland men are playing against Germany, which of course also, well, definitely, I think they're seed number 8 or so, and definitely one of the teams that you would expect to do very well. But actually, in a pretty major upset yesterday, they lost against Team Austria. At the bottom 2 boards losing, I believe, and board 1 a win for board 2 a win for Germany, board 1 a draw. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I guess maybe the media hype isn't going. Well, maybe we just need a win over Germany or something, or Armenia to get, the energy going in the Irish media. Then we can refer everybody to the stream. But yeah, we are, of course, holding up the flag. Not me personally, because I'm not even Irish, but we're holding up the Irish flag here. Okay, anyway, let's keep looking at Diana's game real quick. So this is all prep still, kind of interesting. So basically just mainline stuff. Apparently, I mean, I don't know the mainline, but this is what Leechus is telling me is the mainline. Yes, Donald, put us on at the pub. Great idea. Put the chess on at the pub. Let's go. All right, let's see. So queen b4, we're attacking this one twice. Also, we're having some ideas of attacking this one here. So queen b8, normal move, defending against both. You ever see the chess clip from Even Stevens? I don't know. No, I don't think so. What's the clip? I don't even know what Even Stevens is, so. Okay, h4, trying to kick this knight away. It's actually a kind of a common move when a knight in a Sicilian ends up on, or not necessarily only in a Sicilian, but generally when we have a knight on one of these squares, they're often a target for edge pawn advances. And I mean, the only really reasonable move here, h5, makes sense. Hello, welcome to the stream, AGM Da Vinciello. Da Vinci Leo, sorry, Leo Da Vinci, Da Vinci Leo. Thank you for the follow, Da Vinci Leo. AGM as in Arena Grandmaster, or did Leonardo da Vinci play on FIDE Online Arena, or what are we to make of this? Okay, anyway, bishop e2. Okay, so finally we have a slight deviation. Main move apparently bishop e3, but okay, I mean, I say main move, but it's been played only one more time than bishop e2. So bishop e3 was the other move. Probably doesn't really matter, might well transpose. Okay, and now a6. Again, main move. Knight c3, only reasonable move again. And now, most played move, knight e7. Arena Grandmaster, nice, okay. Okay, knight to c3. They're both playing quickly, so it's not often that we see Diana playing against a good opponent, high-rated opponent, and having 1 hour and 26 minutes left by move 14. Usually we get sort of bogged down in the opening somewhere, and you know, it's been good to have her playing a little bit more quickly, avoiding some of the worst early time troubles. Of course, by this time yesterday, or well, at least by this move number yesterday, she was already well and completely winning. Okay, so most common move apparently knight e7. A little bit curious actually, 97. So 97 maybe going to f5 at some point, or not really sure about 97. So let's actually look at what sort of how the moves go, like the main moves here. Okay, so then what people play is apparently a4 and then knight f5 and sort of targeting the square. All right, makes some sense. We could. Okay, maybe we just push the pawn, clamp down on this e6 weakness, and sort of cementing black's backward pawn on b7. Maybe at some point we might, you know, bring our knight in, or also our bishop. So that might be a nice weakness to play against in the future. You know, might continue something like this, and then, okay, our pawn is attacked, so we need to sort of defend it. Yeah, interesting. I don't think we want to necessarily play g3, so maybe we could also just sacrifice it. Always, always sacrifice. Always sacrifice, because they don't, like, white doesn't really, black doesn't really want to take. And then when the pawn, so, I mean, if we were to take the pawn, say with the bishop or knight, let's say with the bishop, we jump in and like discoordinate their pieces, and but maybe this doesn't actually work, because maybe we can attack the knight and sort of, yeah, no, actually never mind, it's protected twice. It's not really protected twice though, because we can take here with tempo on the queen as well. So this doesn't work out tactically, because bishop d3. Now we're attacking this, and this is the only protector of this, and this is the only protector of this, and we can sort of, you know, cascade to take them all. And we're going to win a piece here, so that doesn't work for black. But anyway, this is looking quite far into the future anyway. Let's look at some of the other games. Let's go to board one. Trisha against the already mentioned Lilith Merkurtian? Merkurtian? I don't know. Okay, d4. The trend continues. Well, actually it doesn't, because Diana played d4, but otherwise the trend kind of continues. Other than that, the trend kind of continues that in the women's section, d4 seems to be very much more popular, at least in the Ireland games, than e4. So knight f6, knight f3. Okay, I was hoping that she wouldn't go into London, so that's good that she didn't. g3 instead. So this is like Catalan without c4. I don't like this because, yeah, I mean, you can transposition basically, but it does allow quick c5 and this kind of structure. Not in love with it as white. Okay, Trisha, basically taking over a little bit of initiative right away, grabbing a lot of space. This is a little bit double-edged, of course, because when you push your pawns so far in the opening before you have maybe sufficient development to back it up, you might end up with some weaknesses. These far advanced pawns might turn into weaknesses, but at the same time, you know, we might also be able to just, you know, take here and then play e3 or something and liquidate, and then we maybe mess up white's structure a little bit and, you know, don't have any weaknesses, just maybe we would be slightly down in development in exchange. But okay, rook e8. Now e3, of course not quite as much of an idea when the bishop is not controlling e3, but I think it might still have been playable. You know, basically e3 and then piling on with knight g4, rook e8, just targeting the e3 square a bunch of times. But okay, rook e8 first. The idea is still in the air. I would be a little bit scared here as white, to be honest. Looks like the opening. I mean, Trisha's also playing quick. She's at 1 hour 27 minutes. Her opponent actually she's been playing quickly up until this point. And now, after rook e8, she's been thinking for 15 minutes almost, which is nice for us. I like that. It seems to be a good sign. I mean, always getting a time edge, and clearly her opponent is a little bit flustered. Or, well, maybe not flustered, but, you know, doesn't know exactly what to do. And you know, I like the position for black. So, you know, let's pronounce this an opening success. And let's look at Alice's game. Now, okay, let's go back. C4. Okay, I mean, this is not a surprise because Alice, let's say she has a very set opening repertoire. Sometimes she plays, you know, E4, and then still gets this Maroxy setup against Sicilians. But yeah, she definitely likes her E4, C4. I don't think these. Oh, yeah, that's another thing she likes to do. I'm not a big fan of this way of playing myself. I feel like it's a bit speculative, but okay. I mean, queenside castles, quick pawn pushes. She also likes sometimes to do a similar thing and then push f4 relatively quickly, depending on what her opponent does. Okay, so we take on b4. Okay, up a pawn for now, technically, but it does look a bit scary if, like, let's say we took on a6, then we're probably getting hurt quite badly on the queen side. Instead, b6, trying to close the b file back down. Her opponent is not having it. Instead, playing a5. At which point I might say that, I mean, okay, if you play a5, of course you don't make white play b6, but how good is it to make white play b6? I mean, I guess if white takes on c7, it rips the queen side wide open for black's rooks and allows the queen to get in as well. And if you don't take, you always leave the pawn on b6 to be taken by the knight at the right moment. So yeah, definitely interesting opening by Alice, or rather Alice's opponents, Anna Sargsyan or Sargsyan. I'm not sure. I always say I'm not sure because I'm never sure about many of these names. The Olympiad's really tough on the commentating that way. Okay, so Alice is thinking. I mean, I don't love this position. As I said, I don't love these types of opening positions. I mean, yeah, it's not my kind of chess. Maybe it's okay. I would probably, I mean, I would definitely take black, but I'm not sure if that would be accurate. But I could imagine black being better here. Although, I mean, you do always have, you know, your pawn storm on the king side. That always will give you chances, especially when the defense isn't quite perfect. Of course, Alice also quite a rating underdog in this one, over 300 points. So things will, maybe she feels like she has to unbalance things a little bit. But okay, still it remains that like she does like to play this way, and she definitely has some good experience in these kinds of positions. So let's trust her to make something of this one. Okay, let's look at Lara. Lara, when Lara likes this d4 meta, I think, in the women's section because she likes her Grunfeld. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, actually that's true. Against the against g3, she plays the King's Indian. Yeah, that's true. But generally she's a Grunfeld player. So if her opponent had, let's say, played knight c3 here, she would play the Grunfeld more than likely. But okay, instead we get this kind of thing. early 95. So these fianchetto variations, I don't like playing them as white against the King's Indian. So I don't like it when I know that my opponent is going to play the King's Indian. I don't like to play the Bishop G3, Bishop G2, G3 setups as white. It always feels like, you know, the less ambitious way to play. And I like playing the more classical King's Indians. Diana, for example, likes to play h3 Brazilian. I think that's called the Makaganov or something. So yeah, I think there's a lot of personal preference when it comes to. Oh, hey, Dark Poison, and hey, Stella. How are you doing? Oh, thank you for sharing the clip. I'll maybe watch it later. Few good examples of chess and media without consulting anybody who really plays chess. Oh, that's always promising. Always a good sign when people don't talk to chess players. Generally results in great things. I'm getting really tired. How are you doing this morning, Stella? Are you and Tong Tong watching together, or did you just pop in? Are you already gone again? These are the big questions. Can't see you in the viewer list, so maybe you're just already disappeared. Can't see Tong Tong either. Scandalous. Oh no, there she is. Stella. Stella. Wonderful. You're good. You know, someday you should come on and we can commentate together. You can, you know, become the streaming star you always deserve to be. Hope the Olympiad takes place in India next year too, then I'll be able to make it. There's a spectator though. So two things. So next year there won't be an Olympiad because it's every 2 years, and it won't be in India, it'll be in Hungary 2024, I believe. Hey Tong Tong, are you at Tong Tong's place, or are you just like, you know, and on call as always? So unfortunately, I think you missed your chance, Dark Poison, for the Olympiad. It's just weird a lot of the time, yeah. Well, maybe they want to. I mean, sorry, Dark Poison. Sorry. Okay, anyway, Lara. Knight Knight c6 played. Idea being you can't easily take on b7 because you're gonna be taken on e5, and then black is going to have a structural advantage. Maybe some other event, yeah. I mean, India is gonna have plenty of chess events, I think. Big up and coming generation of players. Maybe we're gonna have another world champion soon. Might have another world championship as well. I mean, Chennai World Championship was in. When was the Chennai World Championship? 2014 or something? Maybe. Anyway. 2013, yeah. Something like that. Okay, so this is Lara's position. I think we can be okay with that as well. These positions are generally not as scary as King's Indians get for black. A little bit more positional. Lara's style is a little bit hard to pin down, I think. So she plays the Grunfeld with black, which is rather sharp in tendency, I would say. And then she plays the Catalan as white, which is not that. not that kind of opening. I mean, you know, Catalan can be sharp as well, but generally it's a bit more maneuvering, positional, and gamey. Although I don't know too much about the Grunfeld, maybe there are some similarities or some synergies in that repertoire. But it doesn't strike me as the most cohesive one. So Lara, kind of a, maybe you could call it an all-rounder. Whereas Alice, for example, she has this kind of preference for slightly unorthodox positions. You know, openings that seem very slow, and then she likes to get her attack going from that kind of basis. So like a smothering kind of attacking style, as opposed to purely positional. And Trisha, I don't know so much about Trisha actually. I think she's just a generally solid all-rounder as well. Yesterday, or not yesterday, against Hungary, she has, or she had this really interesting opening idea against the Dutch, and I think it was a good try, but then it went quite wrong quite quickly, and she ended up being completely lost and somehow sneaking out a draw after a position where she was like down an exchange and 4 pawns or something. So yeah, definitely a bit chaotic in that one, but in other aspects she's very solid as well. And Diana, I would say she's a field player, very instinctive, and you know, not so much into the theory of it all, more a practical player, likes to make things a little bit crazy. Speaking of, let's see how this game has developed. We left it around here. Bishop e2, a6, knight c3. Now bishop e7 was played. Oh yeah, this is where we said knight e7 is the most common move. Knight e7 with the idea of knight f5, bringing it maybe here. Or just, you know, f5 is generally a decent square for the knight in itself as well. So bishop e7, g3, makes sense. I mean, defends the pawn. Bishop g5, also an idea. You know, you get double pawns, but you get your own attack on the pawn. And not even sure if, I mean, I don't think taking is actually good, because I don't see how you defend that pawn too easily, because you can't play bishop g4 as a response. Let's just go through this line. You're not going to be able to defend this pawn because you can't play bishop g4 because it's pinned, the pawn's pinned to Europe. So that would be not so good. And instead she plays bishop e7, g3, f5. This has apparently still been played one time in a game between Miguel Herrera and Dimitri Reinderman in 1992. Fun facts. And black won, but black was also much higher rated. Okay, so this game here, I mean, I don't think this is should be objectively problematic for white. Diana's been thinking for just over 10 minutes here. So maybe this is sort of the end of her comfort zone, of her preparation. Now it's more about, you know, general feel of the position. Now, it does look a little bit, I mean, I wouldn't say it looks scary as in like f4 is an idea, but it's very double-edged at best, I would say, for black. if you look at the development, like, black's queen is on b8, sort of inhibiting the rooks being connected. The king doesn't really have a good place to, okay, kingside isn't too bad, let's be real. But for now it's impossible because the h5 pawn would be hanging. But the black king generally maybe a little bit loose, but if the pawns roll down with f4, then so is white's king gonna be a little bit out in the open. At the same time, black's queen is on b8 a little bit, locked in. It's not entirely clear where she's gonna go. White's queen looks more active, but it's also not on, b4 is not the dream square in the long run with the queen. You would like to have the queen be able at least to swing to the king side or the center a little bit more. But this pawn and this knight kind of lock the queen out a little bit from that side of the board. So yeah, definitely a position that bears thinking about. I think, okay, a common plan would just, a calm move that can't be, bad would be like bishop d2 or bishop e3. Bishop e3 is maybe a little bit more of an active move, like it suggests that you might want to come and sort of still occupy the square at some point, making black's development a little bit more awkward. Bishop d2 says, oh, at least you can't play f4 and get a tempo on me. So a bit of a different approach. Another thing would be a4. I think we saw that earlier in some of the main lines, that a4, a5, to lock in this b7 weakness and to take more control over the b6 square is an idea. But that's a very positional thing. So if you're ever afraid of f4, then this is probably not what you're going to play. Another idea is castling. Now, castling does look a bit intimidating, and you would have to look at f4, and then maybe knight e4, saying that you can take me here, but that would actually be great for me. Now you basically have nothing. I have an open rook. My knight's going to come in, my bishop's going to come in, and I'm completely dominating. I'm also hitting d6 again, which is going to make your position very difficult to defend. So here, this would not be great for black. So f4 and taking is not really a concern. And our knight is nice here. The only regret is that we didn't manage to put our bishop on g5, because if we could magically jump over, we could play bishop g5, remove this key defender of the d6 square, and then it would be very, very difficult for black to hang on to sort of the base pawn and the whole key to his position. Although we might have some ideas of, now, well, probably not actually, but breaking on c5 eventually might be a thing in some positions, just to undermine this whole pawn chain. But it's definitely a very concrete thing and could be a little bit risky. And another idea is, of course, that if the bishop moves away, we could maybe like jump in to e6 at some point. So I definitely don't mind this position, but I think Diana played bishop e3 instead. Okay, so bishop e3. I like this. Apparently, this is still transposed back into some other games. So one game went f4 and one went bishop d8. Bishop d8 sort of establishing control over this square. But as we said earlier, bishop d8, if we trade dark square bishops, you know, you might say, right, well, I want to trade my dark square bishops. I'm as black, it's my bad bishop. But at the same time, once you do trade off the dark square bishops, it's going to be very hard for you to ever do anything with this pawn, because if knight to e4 comes on the board while the queen is still on somewhere on, you know, attacking this pawn, it's going to be really annoying to defend it for black. Hey Waterford Wizard, how have the German sports press reacted to the loss to England in women's football Euros final last night? Well, I can't really say actually. I don't really read sports press, and I don't know. I'm not really a football person anymore. I haven't really paid attention to the Euro. I did hear that Germany was in the final, and that was a big thing, but I don't know. Haven't really ever gotten into, like, I've basically not been watching men's football, and I've never gotten into women's football. Doesn't really excite me. Yes, I hate women confirmed. Clearly. If I hate football, I hate women when they play football. No. Yeah, I'm not really too big into it anymore. Cliff then shipped. Okay. Shipped to the streaming authorities. Banned from commentating any more women's chess games as well. I should actually, I'd actually need to stop covering the women's games. Let's go to the men's section. Hashtag smooth transition. So let's look at the men's team instead for a while, after we've gone through the women's team. Just saying. Let's see how this is going. Okay, faster wyverns, faster wyverns with the headline content. Why does England keep the renewed Wembley betrayal, Wembley cheating secret? Germany loses Euro final to England 1-2 after extra time. Extra time, interesting. Because there was a clear penalty that wasn't given. My goodness. The cheating English women, of course. General knowledge that this happens. Captain Williamson, obviously with a handball. My goodness. People are real mad, apparently. So that's the reaction, apparently, Waterford Wizard. They're real mad about it. Compares it to the 1966 final. Well, actually, was that, I guess 1966 was also European Championship, and that's where England won. And again in the same stadium, so that's maybe the only way they can win. Is it? No, I'm kidding. But okay, I don't know. This newspaper, I don't trust it. So was there actually a handball scandal, or was it like not a thing? I'm not really sure. But I mean, oh, World Cup. Okay, I mean, I don't really know anything. I'm gonna say. Did England ever win the World Cup? I don't know much about football history, you know. Not really my area of interest. Okay, so d45 in Baburin against Vincent Keimer. Keimer likes his positional play. He likes c4, knight of 3, d4. You know, maybe Germany. Well, I know that. You know, where the ball hit the crossbar and then it bounced. Was it in front of the line? But actually, it was behind. Was it that Germany scored a goal and it wasn't given, or was it that England hit the crossbar and it bounced out, but they said it was in? I don't really remember. I believe it was the event that ended World War II, but my history isn't great. Yeah, I think that I heard that too. Yeah, that's probably how it went. Wait, anyway. Okay, so Queen's Gambit accepted with the knight of 3 variation. Got the goal, white didn't cross the line. Yeah, something like that. I know that there was like this other incident where, wasn't it also Germany against England, where then there was a similar situation. There were all these memes when there was like a goal line and then it was actually behind the line, and then there was like this this like, you know, little bend in the line drawn so that the ball was like, you know, not behind the line. Anyway, before it comes to physical violence in chat, I don't know how that would work, but before that happens, we're best to get off the hooligan topic. Get inspiration in peaceful chess. Okay, so Queen d8, and Alex has been thinking here. Interesting. So Rook d8 or Bishop d8. I don't really see why you would play anything but Rook d8. The only reason, well, the only reason why you would take with the bishop is, I guess, to keep the knight out of b6. Maybe in the long run you might want to have the bishop on a different diagonal than this one. Not entirely sure, but I mean, instinctually, I would just go with rook takes, taking the file, and then it looks very symmetrical. And I can't imagine white having a very big advantage here. The Queen's Gambit accepted, by the way. Like, it doesn't seem like the most exciting opening, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, especially when people play the knight of 3 lines. I think when you don't play knight of 3, knight f3, and you play like e4 instead, it can get a little bit spicier. I think you can play e5, and then it gets a little bit more interesting. But maybe there are some, you know, drawing lines as well. So knight of 3 are lines, d5, g takes. All the things have been played with mainly knight of 3. And now and then, I think there's like some, is it bishop b4 check, or like a very, very concrete line where you get some pawn raids and I don't know really, but I think this can get a little bit more exciting. But this, just like Lara's game yesterday, not yesterday, against Hungary. What do you mean rook takes loses a piece? What piece? What piece are we losing? What piece are we losing, Waterford Wizard? Anyway, let's look at Connor. Connor against Matthias Bluebaum, German number 2. It says his rating is 2618, but that 2618. That would be very low because his peak rating, yeah, it's not. It's 2673, I think. Let's see. 2664 is his rating. Yeah, he's definitely not 2618. I don't know why Leeches says it's 2618. That would be very low. He's been very close to 2700 before. Okay, he plays the Caro-Kann again, e4. More likely to be found in the men's section from what I've seen. Okay, this line, knight to c3, 2 knights attack, and okay, this is like a thing, right? So if you you play bishop d7 or knight d7, then you get mated. It's like a, you know, one of these clips you see people putting out, probably. Okay, so so knight e5, pointing out that you can't take the queen because it's checkmate again. Okay, this is sort of a light square strategy, one where you don't get the bishop out, so it's basically you're playing a Caro-Kann, but you're ending up with a French bishop. Okay. Knight takes c6. Can't take back because of bishop takes b5, and then you would lose your queen. So instead, you give up the pawn. This is probably an ambitious line, I would think. I don't think this is probably people play. I mean, it's been played 5 times according to the database. Okay, so he takes the pawn, moves his knight back, even though still it couldn't have been taken, I think. Okay, then a6, stopping the knight from jumping back. And now bishop, or rather knight to f5, attacking the bishop. Bishop moves away. And then knight takes g7, grabbing a second pawn. Knight h5, wow, this is quite the opening. So white is up 2 pawns. Compensation is, I guess, this bishop, which is struggling to get out. And if you castle kingside, well, not only if you castle kingside, but another part of the compensation, I guess, is the open G file that you might be able to use eventually for an attack. But I mean, whew, this is some spicy chess from Matthias. Okay, he gives 1 pawn back. I guess you can't do much about it anyway. So rook g1, rook g8. This is the current position. Now this is some fascinating stuff. Connor is up almost half an hour on the clock. He was up half an hour before this move. He's been thinking for a little while. Now, I mean, okay, you can take this pawn for one thing. If you really want to. Looks a bit brave, but bravery gets rewarded sometimes. How would the line go? Like, I mean, your H pawn is also hanging, so I don't know. Here, here. I don't know. It looks difficult. Maybe we need to get our bishop out. So let's do that. I mean, maybe we should take here first, but then we allow the rook out. We're just like, the idea is if we take here, then bishop h6, and we also win a rook because there's no king e7 because our queen's protecting, or not protecting, but attacking e7. I mean, this looks like a big mess, but white is up a pawn, and white is maybe castling queenside, and gonna be a little bit safer than black's king that can't castle queenside anymore, or anywhere for that matter. So yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I would assume that white's better. But hey, let's leave Connor with it. Definitely slightly promising position. Okay, Tarun against Rasmus Svane. Okay, knight of 3. Okay, this is like a reverse Jobava London. It's like, you know, black is playing a Jobava London, which is interesting. While white is having this sort of King's Indian attack setup. Okay, this is a common theme, so knight ends up on a3, and in exchange black wastes a bit of time to force it out. Okay, so queen b3 a6. Point being, if you take here, you trap the queen somehow. Knight a5. I think this is the trap. Queen can't. Well, the queen can go. No, queen can't go anywhere. So, yeah, so this is a queen trap. Doesn't fall for it. What a shame. Also, these ratings are wrong because Rasmus Svan is certainly also not 2595. Let's see, what's his actual rating? His actual rating is 2640. So I don't know why Lichess has all the ratings of the German players wrong. Bit strange. But okay, let's keep going. By the way, I can't tell how many people are watching because my viewer numbers are never really updating. It's very different than the viewer list, like the viewer numbers and the viewer list, very different. So did someone maybe post the number that they see there? Because it's weird, because like it says more than that for me, and then there's also like 28 in the viewer count thingy. So a bit weird. Don't worry, you'll never leave me. Oh, Donal, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You know, this is really a bit of a, well, I wouldn't call it a waste of time, but it's definitely not that. But I was really supposed to be doing, or I'm supposed to be working on this essay thing for a certain person. Certain lecturer. Anyway, let's look at Mark against. Oh, by the way, seems like Tom O'Gorman is taking. Tom O'Gorman is taking the rest today, and Mark Heidenfeld is playing on board 4. Dimitri's ELO number seems to be correct. Let's check that out too, though, before to make sure. To make sure that there's not also fake news going on here. Okay, it's also wrong. 2643 is the right number. Here it says 2648, but at least his number got inflated instead of massively deflated. I mean, very slightly inflated, so maybe we can forgive this. Or maybe these are live ratings. No, they can't be live ratings because they could never drop that much rating. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Anyway, another e4. Exchange Rui. Okay, so you give up your bishop early in exchange for damaging the pawn structure. Not the most classical way to play it, for sure. And okay, I mean, this position I don't really see that white got very much. In fact, I would say that black has a much nicer position out of the opening. Ja, ich stell's am Stuhl. Ja. Alles klar. Ja. Anyway, the joys of coming home to my parents' house. All right, so queens are traded, but I don't love this for white. I mean, black has this very solid hold over the d4 square. White is sort of stuck with this backwards d3 pawn. Certainly, black's double pawns aren't a weakness in this position at all. In fact, I mean, it's the white d pawn that's weak, and the black double pawns only give him an advantage, really. That being said, so the position is relatively closed for now for the two bishops. So, you know, maybe it's not as bad, but we'll see what Mark comes up with here. Not familiar with him as a player. I don't think I've ever seen a game of his. Well, I mean, except for yesterday, but I also not familiar with him as a person. But yeah, okay, let's go back to our main act. Diana Mirzamundo Mirza. Okay, so we left it after f4, bishop e3. Oh, e4. Now this I don't like at all. Oops. I don't like this at all by black. Yeah, this doesn't look right. Like, you're advancing your f pawn, but not, in fact, deciding to sort of do anything with it. Like, f4, at least as a threat, keeps white from solidifying their position. e4 seems positionally just quite poor. Now, it's not immediately maybe the worst thing, like, but in the long term, black's gonna get this nice diagonal, white's gonna get this nice diagonal, and black will have to trade off the bishop if she wants to keep that locked up. But then, as we said before, that will leave this pawn a bit weak and still kind of eminently targetable. Now, one plan might be to reroute this bishop somewhere, maybe, well, either sort of along the d1, a4 kind of route, and then going for this stuff, but mainly to get the bishop out of the way. The main idea would be to bring the knight around and sort of target the weak dark squares in black's position. And then, by the way, this synergizes nicely. So one plan that would make sense to me in the future, not right now, like you're probably going to play bishop d4 or something first, but you know, an eventual idea might be to try to trade off this and then, you know, bring the knight in. Of course, this requires a lot of moves, and you'd have to see how to make that work concretely, or if that could even be made work. Another idea would, of course, be to play knight a4 and to jump it into b6. So my point is basically that there's a lot of very attractive looking plans for white. Another plan is, of course, still a4, a5, and then jumping the knight in. Or jumping the knight in, then a4, a5. All sorts of good stuff. So I really like white's position here. I would say white is quite a bit better here positionally. I don't like how black's been playing this, but okay, let's see how it continued. Bishop d4, okay, makes sense. And okay, so this is my point being illustrated. She feels like she can't play bishop f6, which I definitely agree with. I don't think you can play bishop f6 too easily here, because if you play bishop f6, we're just going to take it off. Then you have these very much not useful pawns. I mean, okay, you might be able to get f4, sorry, in time, but you will have to take care of this pawn first. So I would actually think you can't get it in time. So yeah, I don't think this would be something that black wants to go into. Looks pretty bad. Instead, so king f7 has been played, but does this look that much better? I'm not 100% sure. Like, okay, the king is not, you know, the most unsafe thing on the square. It also gets out of this kind of plan with bishop d1. Should wait for it, at least it doesn't come with a pin. Oh wow, and Diana, okay, I don't like this move again. c5, unless there's something immediate. I don't love it. I mean, conceptually it makes some sense. You know, you open up the square for the bishop. That makes some logical sense. But mainly, I would say improve your position first. It's not like black has an easy plan. Whereas you know, you can play rook c1, you can castle, maybe you can even long castle. You can play knight a4, knight b6, you can play bishop d1, knight e2. You have so many ideas that unless c5 is really good immediately, I don't think we need to play it immediately. Is what I'm thinking about this position. But okay, c5. Let's see what happens. So first of all, let's check what happens if you take. Okay, so well, also another thing is that black this way does get rid of its weakness, or her weakness, in the sense that no longer will d6 be targeted by white's queen, and no longer is training off the dark square bishop a disaster for black. I mean, it wasn't a disaster before either, but it wasn't necessarily what you wanted, even though it might position from like general positional considerations, it might look okay, but I don't think you wanted it just then. Okay, so what do we do with the bishop? I mean, I suppose we trade it off. So we do get a bunch of trades. Now we might get hit with b6, we might get hit with rook c8. And where does the queen go? Maybe to d4, let's say b6, queen d4. And, well, okay, let's actually say rook c8, maybe. And then queen d4. Okay, this position, like, okay, we have this pawn here. It's a little bit up in the air if this is going to be a weakness or a strength, I would say. For now, it looks like a strength. We might be able to play bishop c4, threaten some discoveries, make black react, play knight e2, knight f3. If knight takes, then we play the rook, bring the rook over, target g7 with the queen and the rook. So we definitely have some plans here, and we're definitely active. So that's the good part about it. Anyway, let's just quickly check if her opponent replied. Let's see, c5. Her opponent so far hasn't played anything. Oh, so Diana took another long think. 15 minutes until she played c5. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, because, okay, if she takes, we said we kind of like the position. But what about, let's say, rook c8 instead? So we sort of make white take. And then we get this. I mean, bishop's not the most natural blockaders, but this bishop, it's on a nice enough square. And now this comes before we have the option of playing queen d4, which is kind of something we like to do. So where do we put our queen now? Maybe b3, because we don't really have many other choices. And now, what's our plan? The reason I don't love this is because we had such easy and clear plans. And now it's maybe not as clear anymore. Okay, to be fair though, black is still obliged to defend this pawn. So maybe black has to go back, which, okay, that's a step in the right direction for us. So maybe we can do this, because now rook's not on the c file anymore. We have a brief period where we are not too scared about castling. We can play rook king b1, and we can have the rook behind the pawn. We can maybe at some point try to break down this pawn. Well, I mean, it's not a really pawn chain, but like this pawn duo. So yeah, maybe it's just very decent for white. So still kind of like Diana's position. Maybe not quite as much as I liked it before, but still like it. Let's look at Trisha's game, where we said it looked good for her after this move with ideas of e3. Okay, so we take first. Now Again, we can't really play e3 just yet because problem. So what if we take instead and then play e3? Because now we can, I think, do it because, well, if takes, then we have rook e3 and there's still some pins going on. And we're still not really very well developed, it's true, as black, but knight c6 is natural enough, and then maybe bishop g4 also quite reasonable. Maybe bishop g4 first, so then after knight c6, knight f3 isn't as appealing. So let's say king h1 maybe, just to get out of this annoyingness. And then I said bishop g4. I don't know. I mean, I guess a little bit annoying is that for now, this knight opens up an attack on our as yet undefended queen. So we're gonna have to react to this like any knight move. Maybe here. So we're gonna have to do something about it. He takes, I guess, and then. Okay, I mean, this doesn't look so good, yeah? This doesn't look so good because our thing is hanging, our back rank is hanging. Well, our back rank isn't technically hanging, I guess, so we can maybe move our rook back. Ah, no, we can't because, of course, this is hanging as well. So never mind, this doesn't work. This doesn't work, this doesn't work. So maybe not bishop g4. Maybe we play knight c6 instead. But maybe we have the same problem because now the same theme is happening over our undefended queen and back rank and g7. So, well, it's not as bad with g7 covered. So takes. Oh, well, no, we can't do that. We have to take back. Yeah, but this is not that much better. Is it like, yeah? Okay, so not doing that. That's maybe not right. So instead, maybe we play something before. Maybe, well, okay, can't play that. Okay, let's play bishop g4 now. It's not like our pawn is hanging or anything, and this idea isn't technically going away. Then we can maybe prepare it with knight c6. Also, we could maybe think about. I mean, this looks very artificial, I must say. So maybe it's not that great, but like the idea was to do this and then sort of chase the knight away at a time where we could recapture with the bishop. We don't really want this as white. Let's say and we play rook c1 or something. Let's play some weird moves here, and then take. I can't imagine this being too good. But actually we have tactics. So here, and then our bishop's hanging. So yeah, that's not excellent for us. Hey Mads, by the way, I didn't see you in chat before. I just realized that you posted something. Have you looked at a5 for black in Diana's game? Well, let's look at it. Oh. Okay, a5 now was played. c5, a5. I mean, okay, it doesn't really do that much, does it? Like, we just need to keep our pawn defended. I mean, queen b6 is a move, I suppose. Queen a3 is a move, I would think. So let's say queen a3, just not getting into any of these close quarter engagements. And if takes, we still have the same line. I mean, bishop still has to take, and I think we don't quite transpose because now the pawn's on a5, but I don't think this is like a great thing for black. In fact, maybe it's actually better, or not better, but like better than the other variation for white, because now black has this hole on b5. So I'm not too concerned about a5. I think as long as she, you know, reacts calmly and, well, most of all, quickly. We want, well, not most of all, accurately, but also quickly, ideally. It's not like we're down on time, by the way, too much. It's 59 minutes to 50 minutes, but you didn't like it? Okay, why didn't you like it, Waterford Wizard? What was your reason? Can turn it into a bit of a strategy discussion. I mean, you know, a5 in some sense might be an eventual asset, but I don't think it's like, I mean, do we have any other follow-up? So if we play the other move that we thought about, like rook c8, I mean, we're attacking this pawn now in a different way, so we still always have to think about, you know, leaving this pawn hanging. So from that angle, I think this is a less natural move than oh my goodness, a less natural move than taking. But let's say bishop takes h5, he takes it. Looks a little bit scary. It's true because we have this discovery, we need to move our bishop, but this bishop e3 should be okay, and then, you know, we have this pawn that's now unopposed. Eventually we might be able to create a passed pawn in an endgame. Although it's true that black has this 3-on-2 majority, which might just be better for an endgame. But I mean, this doesn't really, it's not contingent necessarily on well, c4 now, I mean, you say you're trapping my queen, but there must be a way to get out of it, right? Like, you know, it's here, maybe no. Can't do this. This is a thing. And this. Yeah, king f8. Well, maybe maybe we can sack your queen. Maybe we can sack your queen. How about this? How about here? I mean, I don't know. Can't go here because then you get checked and you lose your queen. Yeah, somehow I missed king f8, so I thought we could just take, but I do realize that, yeah, king f8 might be a thing. But how bad is this? How bad is it? So we're down a little bit on material, but our bishops are maze balls. Also, your queen's a little bit stuck. What if we start chasing it around? Can it ever get out? Because it can't get out here. It can't get out like this, right? So let's say queen a7, we keep hitting it. Maybe it does get out, yeah. Maybe not. Okay, so maybe just not the cleanest way. So let's play something else then after rook c8. Like what? Okay, so let's. If only Diana had 2 moves in a row. Now that's a feeling we can relate to. How about this one? Or are we still having the same problems? I mean, okay, here you can't play it surely. Here you can't do it surely, so I have to take first. Then, and then we always have the possibility to trade queens with a check. So now we can take the pawn, maybe. What about here? This looks fine, right? This looks maybe fine. Because, I mean, okay, we can also try the other variation with, you know, playing this here, but this must be, like, now we can definitely give up our queen. I mean, you can't take this because we're just gonna make another. But okay, what if you do this? No, but then you take with the queen, obviously. So that doesn't work. So yeah, I think looks all right. I don't think we need to be deadly worried about this. A5. So Diana hasn't played a move yet. That's maybe my bigger issue with the whole thing. But maybe this is what she's worried about. Maybe this is what she's worried about. That. Oh, sorry, I didn't see what variation you wanted in Cutford. I mean, yeah, you couldn't play Queen b6. I just didn't want to get into the potential mess of it all. Like you have this to think about. You have. I mean, still can play rook c8 maybe, but maybe you can still play bishop takes h5. Or are we again getting trapped somehow? Oh, yeah, exactly. Rook a6 now doesn't work, but I meant like at some point. If we take on h5, which is kind of what we want to do after rook c8 to be maximalist. Because I mean, if we just can never take the pawn on h5 and he can or she can play rook c8, then that's kind of an advantage for black, right? Even in itself. So we kind of want to play bishop h5 to punish that, and if we can't do it because of rook a6, that's not the greatest thing. Okay, so she did go for queen a3. Yeah, and I think it should be okay, right? Maybe. But yeah, I mean, I think this was all very, very unnecessary. As I said before, not a big fan of queens of c5. It's very concrete, and I think it's unnecessarily concrete. When we had a very, very calm and very easy strategic advantage, if we just sit back a little bit, put our pieces on good squares, you know, cruising. Anyway, still okay. So let's just trust that Diana will clean it up, which she will, of course. So let's see what Trisha's up to. We liked her position earlier, as I said. She didn't go into this. She never got to play e3, and then she got sort of pushed back, which makes me not like her position nearly as much anymore. So she went back here, and then she went back here again, and now White has better development. And yeah. Oh, and again we go back and forth. Not loving it so far. It's happening. Knights on a6. I mean, probably not too bad, but it's a little bit of an awkward setup. Like our knight sort of blocking the a pawn. Now, eventually, if we trade a bunch of things, there might be something like knight b5 if the bishop ever moves. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking queen a3 is seems more natural to me. I wouldn't want to go to b6. It's like there's so many things that can come up. Ah, where are you going, Cuthbert? That's a shame. It does look very interesting. Okay, so rook c8. I mean, we could have, you know, a couple of trades. I mean, I like the white bishops just a lot more than black's minor pieces. That's basically, you know, just white's pieces seem just a lot more cohesive than black's. So we are hitting the h3 pawn, so maybe king h2. Just to protect that. And then, yeah, not so sure of what's going on. But okay, let's check in on Alice instead. Oh, I see a knight. I see a knight on b2. That's, and also a battery. That's generally not a good sign. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, our queenside got opened up. Actually, we helped do it by playing bc7. Yeah, that's brave. You don't want to be late like always. Wait, late for what? Late for what? You have a date, Bedford, or going out with friends? What a concept. Okay, so ooh, doesn't look good for Alice there. I'm afraid. Rook a6 came in. Kind of a nice little move to play rook b6, rook b8. So rook b8, queen e1, not really convincing, because I mean, even if it's necessary to play rook d2, then that's already a really bad sign, because, you know, not only are you gonna have to play like queen e1, queen somewhere, queen f2 maybe, so you need a couple of tempi to get the queen back to doing anything, as well as having to play rook d2. But also, you leave yourself kind of a little bit open to knight d3 kind of tactics where, you know, there's going to be an additional attacker on b2. Your king for now is on c1, so it will be attacked. And if you take with the rook, then, you know, you additionally open up, remove a defender from b2. Just running to a couple of shops, still sending that CV letter. My goodness, the old rat race, caught in the hamster wheel. Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck. Good luck, Bedford. Hope you don't have to send in too many more of them. By the way, you know, did you consider deadline today? Oh, sugar. Did you consider any of the Irish options that were brought up yesterday? Okay, so rook b6, another. I mean, I guess it makes sense, yeah. And then you're gonna just triple up, oof. And you're not really having enough defenders. Because yeah, exactly now this tactic that I spoke of comes in. Knight d3, you can't take it, otherwise you're going to get mated. Like, let's say rook takes, it's already checkmate. If you go here, then rook b1 is checkmate, and if you take, then queen b2 is checkmate. Bulger with an E, but sure, yes. Bulger Cup, it was in March, so you have a good amount of time left. Good amount of time. It's funny because, like, on one hand, it seems so long since the Bulger Cup, but then it's only been a couple of months. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a long time, maybe it's a short time. Anyway, this didn't happen, but of course you're completely orked here, literally, because the b2 pawn and the queen on e1 both hit. If you move the queen, then yeah, you can just take that. And then, okay, yeah, you're gonna have to sacrifice something. And then you lose your knight as well. I mean, yeah, okay. This is unfortunately death for Alice, a pretty quick one. Me? No, I'm not moving to Ireland. No. Not, I mean, anytime soon at least. I mean, just consider Diana's horror stories with the health service. Can't put myself through that. Even though I never used the health service in Germany either, so. Anyway, okay, Alice unfortunately looks very, very lost in under 30. Unfortunate, but okay, let's see what Lara can do. We're gonna need a win somewhere. Okay, Diana can bring the win, definitely. So could Lara. This doesn't look too bad. We have the two bishops in reasonable positions. We have hanging pawns in the center, but okay, I mean, I guess the knight's blockading kind of nicely. Sugarino. Okay, see you later, Cutford. Good luck. Yeah, okay, this is looking a little bit annoying, this knight. But apart from that, it looks pretty okay. Optically, at least. But okay, let's go back to Diana and see what has been happening. So actually, kind of curious. So her opponent, she spent about 10 minutes on a5, and then Diana played a3, queen a3, and again her opponent has been taking over 10 minutes, which now there's only really two moves, right? Like as a reply, you can really only, I mean, maybe there's more, but surely the main moves, I don't really think there's more. Like queen c4 looks bad because rook c8, or even just taking and then rook c8. So queen a3 and queen b6 must be the moves you calculate most. So after, you spend 10 minutes, play one move, and she plays the most obvious reply, takes 8 minutes to do it, so you have an additional 8 minutes to think about it, and then you take 10 more minutes after that obvious reply. Generally, I mean, I'm guilty of this stuff too, so I'm just saying from a theoretical perspective, and also from a sort of what kind of new knowledge do you have now that you didn't have before kind of perspective. Doesn't seem optimal to be calculating like this. Seems like you should have considered your next move here before playing a5, and certainly had plenty of time to think about it during Diana's move as well. So a bit curious that she takes two long things in a row, but also a good sign for us. We like it. She can think for as long as she wants, any day of the week. I mean, she has a few reasonable options. I think she can take. She can play rook c8, we said. Let's see what other things she could do. I mean, queen moves don't look too logical. I think queen a7, of course, doesn't work, obviously, because of c. Well, actually, I mean, okay, it definitely doesn't look too great. So let's say queen a7, bishop d, or pawn d6, opening up the queen. So queen takes d4, and then d takes e7, and you kind of have to do something. Maybe, well, actually, your pawn's protected in e7, so you have to maybe take with the knight. Nah, doesn't look too good. Although your queen is on e4, which might be an asset. Also might not be though, because you're gonna get hit with rook d1 and maybe even d6 again or something along those lines. So queen moves don't really make too much sense. I mean, bishop moves don't really make too much sense to me either, because you're gonna get well, this kind of a pawn sack, and you might be able to win it back with the threat of b4. I mean, I would say you are winning it back, definitely. Maybe this is an option. I think someone else made a move. I think it's in the men's section. Yeah, let's look at the men's games for a little bit. Vincent Keimer against Alex Buburin. As we said, actually Keimer's rating might be accurate. Finally one that's accurate. Okay, so he did end up taking with the rook, like we said, is probably the most natural way, and bishop d2, bishop d7. I don't love these kinds of positions. Okay, bishop a5, rook e8. I mean, okay, white's pieces get quite active. And it's been pretty slow play in this period. So, I mean, I think theoretically you could probably move your rook back to d8 now that your knight's there. A bit scary with all the possible discoveries, but you could probably do it. Your bishop's defended twice. If you move your bishop, that's probably fine for now, but it does sort of give white permanent control over the d file if they just move their knight now. Or maybe even attack the bishop with something like knight e5. So maybe not optimal. So some potential problems with Alex's position. Let's look at Connor. Wait, oh, we're still at this position. So he took 25 minutes almost to take on h7. Then Matthias took 4 minutes or so to play bishop takes h2. And then d4, interesting. So we were looking earlier at d3 to let the bishop out, with the idea of if black takes on g1, we give a check on h6, king moves away, and we take the rook on g8. But he thinks d4 is more useful. I mean, d3 just looked a little bit more solid. Gives, you know, d4 gives one more unprotected, or well, pawn that's protected only by this queen over here, and not by any other pawn. Okay, so apparently moves in Diana's game. Let's check back. Let's check Diana's game main action. Okay, so this is the game line. So d takes, bishop takes, and b5. All right. So your point is that if we take here, then b4, and we're gonna have to play queen b3. And now are you taking our knight or our bishop? I mean, I suppose you're taking the bishop, but are you taking with the knight or taking with the king? Probably with the knight. But then no, that doesn't really make sense because we play d6 check and we win the knight again, right? So, but then, okay, you win our knight and... Oh no, wait, we have this. Then we don't win the knight. Unless we have bishop c4. Oh, this is very complicated. So no, I mean, if we take, then we lose a piece, right? So here, here, you're gonna have to move. Where do you move? Can't really move too many places very easily. So our knight's gonna jump out, and let's say you go back. I mean, you're gonna have to be careful of this, for example, knight b5, threatening knight c7. I think you can't really stop it. So that's, and also your knight's hanging, so you can't really do that because you don't have knight d5 protecting the square, because it could just be taken and the knight will still be protected. So that doesn't work. If you do this, that certainly doesn't work, so you can't skip step to a dark square. If you go to f6, I was about to say you can do this, and then f takes and you take the knight. But maybe it's even better if you give another check first and then... Oh, is it? Well, now you're at least protecting the pawn, so maybe you're just gonna say, well, oh well, okay, that hangs a piece, but you're just gonna say, well, you're gonna have to move your knight. I still have this great pawn, and you're gonna be screwed. So that doesn't really work. So this looks very dangerous for black, at least. What do you do instead? This looks all more or less forced, right? So, okay, do we have any other options? Do we have any other options? So we can also play this right away, right? And then we have this check after, actually. So what about this one? d6, because now, but if we take, takes is impossible because our queen's still protecting it, and if b4, then... Oh wait, queen's hanging, so sorry, that's not the right move order. If anything, you'd have to play b4 now, but now queen b3. So it's not a fork anymore, but your knight's still hanging. So king somewhere where it's not check to take. So this maybe, and now knight b5 again, because, oh no, it's attacked twice, right? But you have this, right? No, this is protected by the knight, but at least you're also taking this knight with check. Oh, this is this is an amazing, amazingly complicated position. Okay, I'm just gonna turn on the engine because I'm not gonna figure this out. Oh, no, that's bad. Click an analysis board instead. Also, by the way, why did nobody warn me about... Oh, never mind. This is not the right thing anyway. Okay, never mind. Wait, give me 1 second. We're gonna be at Diana's board in a flash. Okay, so here, engine says +2 for Diana. Okay, but d6 only. Bishop takes e7 is equal. All right, e6. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see that. But of course, bishop takes e7 is the more natural immediate move. But that's very odd that she played this quite quickly. And it's not like this is, I mean, maybe this is what she was calculating the whole time, but I don't know. I don't know. Not really sure. Not really too sure. But apparently she didn't calculate it fully because Mr. Computer Boy tells us that Diana is winning. Now she just needs to find d6. How easy is it to find d6? Yeah, it's doable, I think. It's doable because you definitely do really want to open up this diagonal. You definitely do want to open that up. So now we get into a bit of a calculation battle. Let's see how Diana's calculation is today. Now Diana is convinced that it's actually impossible to get better at calculation. She played it. Fantastic. Fantastamono. Brilliant. All right. So she played it. Let's hope she saw all the consequences. And her opponent is going to think for 20 minutes because she didn't see the move. And that's why we're going to leave that there for a little bit. Also, in the meantime, unfortunately, Alice lost against Anna Sargsyan. Yeah. That was a bit of an unfortunate game. I mean, she went for well, let's say you know, a bit of a risky opening again, which I don't fault her for. I think that's actually a reasonable choice, but her opponent reacted really well. Decided to give this or to gambit a pawn, but a very, very sound gambit. So. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it a gambit. It was a bit later and a bit untheoretical to be a gambit, but she sacrificed a pawn basically on the queen side for this attack, and it was just very, very sound. And then it was incredibly hard for Alice to defend, so can't blame her too much for not managing. I mean, yeah, it's also a really tough opponent, almost 2400. Might be an IM even, I'm not sure. Definitely WGM, so really, really good player. So unfortunate for Alice, but maybe we can strike back. Let's look at Trisha for a second. Okay, what do we think about this? I mean, I don't like our pieces very much. Like, our pieces are on the e-file and our pawn's on the e-file, and nothing's really happening except we're defending this pawn that we're now is now definitely a weakness. We said this earlier, if you recall, when we were talking about the opening, that this pawn might, like these pawns, extending them so far, they might become a weakness. But also we said we might be able to get rid of them with, you know, d takes c4 and e3. Never got e3, and then now I think we're paying the price for that a little bit. I think we missed our opportunity. I'm not sure if it was ever there, to be sure, but I think there should have been an opportunity to play e3 at the right moment, and we kind of missed it. Now, I had actually a very similar game. Well, not similar as in like it looked completely different, but similar from this kind of thematic point of view. It was a Gingy Indian, actually. My opponent played that, and we played this line where I play early h4 and trade off the queens on the queen side, and he has some structural weaknesses. And I know for a fact that I'm at some point, it's good, like it's my plan. I need to play f3 e4 at some point, but I was always like, no, I can't play it now. It's not going to work concretely. It's not going to work concretely. And eventually, I just, you know, I didn't get it in at the right moment, even though I knew it was the right thing to do. And then eventually, I just never got it in, and I lost because of that. So yeah, it's always interesting when you know exactly what the plan is. You know exactly what the plan is in a position, but you're sort of hesitant to pull the trigger. You look at these things very concretely, and then you're like never quite able to figure it out, and then you sort of decide that you can't do it. But you know, maybe in those moments it's important to tell yourself, no, I need to play this. I need to play this. And if I don't, I'm going to be in trouble. And chances are that it's actually right, because if you know an opening, you know sort of what the theme is, and it wouldn't be an opening if there wasn't a chance to, you know, get this theme in. Otherwise, it would just be bad, and you know it's not bad because you did your preparation. So sometimes, you know, I guess even when we don't see how exactly the exact idea is supposed to be executed, maybe going for it is the right move anyway. But okay, maybe Trisha can still make something of it. It's not like she's down material or anything. Okay, let's go to Lara, who is shoving up her kingside pawns a little bit. So we were talking about this knight being slightly frustrating, slightly irritating, blockading our hanging pawns. And we decided to go for some kingside expansion. So f6 and g5. Trying to push this bishop around a little bit. It's not actually too effective to push this one around, I believe, because now this is really the diagonal that the bishop wants to be on anyway. Imagine the bishop gets to c5. It's almost more annoying than the knight. Maybe like knight b3 and bishop c4. So c5 at some point, or knight d3 and bishop c5. Because you can always take, and then well, actually the queen is protected. So maybe a4, kicking the knight away, then knight d3. And if here you can sort of do this, and you're going to have to take with the queen. I don't know exactly. Maybe it's okay. Maybe this is okay for Laura, but it looks a slight bit desperate, let's say. And I'm not really sure where your attack is going to be coming from, because I mean, white has a very solid structure. I don't think you have the right to attack basically here. I'm not sure that black is supposed to have an attack that works in this position. I think this is generally something people struggle with, me as well, obviously. More than most, actually. I'm not a very good attacker at all. But, you know, sort of going for an attack in situations where maybe the position doesn't really justify it fully. And then in other positions where the position kind of, you see that the position calls for an attack, and then you can't quite make out the details. And it's similar to what I was talking about before, where you know what the plan is in a position and you sort of think, concretely, I'm not sure if it's good. But then, you know, you see that a position calls for an attack, but then you maybe don't quite pull the trigger at the right moment because you don't quite see the full follow-up. So yeah, that's always tough. Maybe one of the toughest things in chess, to sort of justify your strategic thoughts with concrete plans, or rather execute your strategic plans with concrete moves. But okay, let's see if Diana can make Lara can make something out of, you know, maybe not that much. All right, let's see what Diana's opponent did. So d6, bishop f6, and now queen b3, sort of getting out of it preemptively, maybe. I don't know why we play b3 now, because wouldn't we want to wait for b4 to play b3? Because if we play queen b3 now, sorry, queen b3 now, what about bishop b6? And now we can't play the bishop c4 move that was sort of desirable. Okay, so I guess we want to take this pawn. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Queen takes, gotta take with the bishop, I suppose, or queen takes. Well, bishop takes, I guess we're, maybe not this one, but this one. And then we're sort of losing stuff back and our position looks a bit shaky. Instead, okay, we're playing a bit quickly here. I was thinking instead of queen b3, you know, what if we play, I don't know, some other move, like basically any other move, that's a bit more active, like this, for example, and, or even, well, also, I guess, I mean, we could just take here now, also an option. I don't know why we did this, because if takes here, we have queen b3, and then that's really good, right? Then we're just trading off the pieces with this brilliant pawn that's not going to get collected. I mean, I assume this must be winning, right? Like, we're gonna, there's nothing to block, so the king's even gonna be in an awkward square. If king here, then we're gonna just take, and then we're gonna have another check, and I mean, here you just lost as black completely. It's actually a bit curious why she didn't take now. Queen b3, why do we want to improve the bishop? I think maybe she missed this theme of knight takes and then queen b3. If, I mean, basically missing that the pawn's already hanging. We don't need to attack it an additional time. It's a move order thing. She did take her time, so maybe she just, you know, she at least can't be accused of rushing too much. Okay, so queen takes b5 is where the game's at for a second. I was thinking she did this, but maybe we should take with the knight here, even though bishop takes b2 is going to come. The point is that, okay, bishop can't take because the bishop's hanging. So for now, this is fine. Now we're gonna get maybe our knight to c7 or something. Our bishop is nicely still tying this rook down to h5. This knight is still not brilliant, although it might come to e5 soon. So let's say she goes back. I don't know if we want to go to c7. Then we just trade off a bunch of stuff, maybe castles. But the problem is at the end we do lose the a2 pawn. But we can't take because in the end we're going to lose our thingy, I think, our rook. Can we make this work somehow? Can we take here? Rook b1, bishop g1, knight 2. You're gonna have to capture it back, I guess, and then. I mean, this looks good as well, right? So actually, we can do this with bishop d1. I think we're just gonna move our king away, and then we're gonna play like bishop f3 or something. Oh no, we can't do that because check. Ignore me. But maybe we just castle now. Maybe just castle now. Actually, I'm stupid. Of course, you should castle here, and then you solve your problems. You're gonna have bishop b3 check, and this looks really good. How do we get here? Well, anyway, we had some moves, I think. So queen takes. Wait, sorry. Rook c8. Wait, actually, let me refresh just to make sure that we're in the right variation. Okay, so queen takes and rook c8. Interesting. Okay, so we don't want to necessarily take the queen. We don't necessarily want to move our bishop either. Maybe. Okay, so maybe we can. No, because we do need to do something about our bishop, because otherwise queen takes, bishop takes, rook takes. We're going to lose a piece. So we can't do anything like castle. On the upside, we can do something like rook c1, because if queen takes, then knight takes b5, and then our rook is opened up to protect. Our rook's gonna be opened up to protect c5. So rook c1 is an idea. It's a bit. What else is an idea? I can't really see any great moves here. Maybe knight a4. But I mean, then both our pawns are hanging. Like, I don't know if we take there first or we take the queen first. Oh wait, no, this is not hanging. Whoops, I forgot that the knight is also defending this. Okay, so rook b8 instead, maybe. Now, it's unfortunate that we can't play the move we would like to play, a4. So, okay, we're gonna have to go back with our bishop, or yeah, back with our, well, we can go here. a6, maybe. No, but we're gonna get hit with rook c6, so that actually doesn't gain us a tempo. So let's go back instead. And then we're gonna lose this and this as well. If we take here, then I guess it takes here, and our knight's very awkward, can't jump to any nice squares. We go back, then maybe rook c2 or something. That doesn't appeal too much. So what do we play? Well, yeah, I definitely don't like queen b3. I think the pawn was just hanging the way it was. I think just knight b5 was better. Because, as I said, we definitely can't take here. Oop, well, not because of this. That's not the one. But because of queen b3, and then we're just winning back the bishop, and, well, the king has nowhere to go, really. So yeah, I think knight takes b5 right away would definitely have been better than queen b3. I don't think this is a good thing for us to be taking with the queen. Because, right, like, these bishops, they are now really coming to life. They're just much better than ours right now. Although, you know, they'll... Actually, I mean, let's get into the variation that I thought was more likely. Wait, let's refresh real quick. Maybe better rook c1. Then if queen takes, we go knight takes, and our bishop is defended. If bishop takes, we can move away, and, well, I guess maybe they can take here. Oh no, they can't take here because now this actually comes with an attack, and if this, it doesn't actually come with an attack because our bishop's defending the knight, whereas nothing is defending this bishop, so that wouldn't work. So rook c2, and okay, h5 is also still hanging, for the record. And we're gonna play a4 eventually, maybe. Well, actually, it's a bit annoying now, but maybe we're also gonna just trade the bishops. Could be an idea eventually if we get this bishop out of harm's way. But it's okay, it's still a little bit scary because, you know, what if our bishop gets overloaded? But actually it's a bit by chance that our knight is sort of nicely preventing that, because it's covering a3, it's covering d4, so he can't load up on our bishop, which is good. Also, we might have some d7 things, you know, eventually. Like if the bishop's ever necessary for something, we can maybe deflect it by playing d7. I mean, definitely a very, very complicated and complex position. Diana's been thinking again for 8 minutes. Our opponent is now up about 15 minutes, almost. Thank you for coming in, Morph, Morph, Morph. See you later. Or tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, also earlier we heard news that Connor was apparently winning against Matthias Bluebaum, which would be kind of epic, let's say, because he already beat a 2600 GM, 2660 GM. Now he's gonna possibly beat another one. I think Matthias, same kind of rating, maybe even slightly higher. Checked it earlier, 2670 or something, or 2664 as well, even maybe even the same exact number. which would be kind of really cool for Connor to beat both of them in a row. Well, not in a row, but like in the same tournament. So let's see what happened. D4. We were thinking this is more ambitious than D3. And the same kind of line still happened. Bishop H6, King E8, Bishop G8. And now Matthias played Queen takes C2. And Connor played Queen F6. Now, okay, this looks, you know, spicy chess. Not really sure what's happening. Now, it looks scary for the white king, but apparently it's fine because we were told it's winning for white. I'm not saying this with any conviction. Well, of course, we have a threat of, you know, bishop g5 and checkmate eventually, but it's a little bit on the slow side. Also, I guess we have things like rook c1. And if we bring our bishop back to h7, it actually sort of nicely controls some light squares. Of course, that doesn't work now, but just yet. But what is black's move? Does black have any good checks? Well, I mean, black has one real check, and I don't know, are we going bishop e3? We might. Otherwise, king d1 or king d2. Well, okay, king d1 looks bad because of this. And then you're... Can't imagine you're surviving this, can you? So maybe king d2 instead. Because the dark square bishop is, of course, not able to give the same kind of check. And now this pawn's protected, so no more check on this side. This diagonal is protected, so no more check here. In fact, no more checks at all, right? Because no c2, no f4, no d4. Also, your bishop's hanging, and you can't take here because it's also protected. So here I don't see a move at all. Let's say that. So king d2 maybe, or bishop d3. I mean, but if king d2 doesn't allow any checks, then of course we should play king d2, because then we still have our bishop free and not pinned. Anyway, he played queen f5 instead. Okay, so first of all, what happens if we take the queen? And do we bring our bishop back around, or? Okay, this doesn't look what we would call winning. I mean, maybe it's good. We do have a fast pawn, whereas black's pawns are doubled on the f file, double isolated. But do we have anything better? Ah, yes, we do. Check. No, you can't. So king d7, I thought we could do this, but of course we can't. So maybe it's not working. Oh no, we can always take here, of course, now, and then we actually want a pawn. So let's win a pawn first, of course. And then we also already got our bishop active, so maybe... Wait, can we still castle? Might want to long castle. No, then we're giving up this pawn. Yeah, are we though? Actually, long castles. If here, here. Ah, well, clever. We have this, this, and then check, right? So doesn't quite win a piece. Oh man, my brain isn't in good enough condition for this right now. Well, okay, the guy's 2600, so I guess it's never really in the right condition. Wait, I think we already have this on the board, do we? Yeah, let's refresh. Yes, okay, we have it on the board. Great. Great, great, great. Now, I mean, I just assume that you have nothing else than taking the queen. And then it looks very good. You're just up a pawn, you have a passed pawn on the d file. Black's bishops are a little bit awkward still. I mean, you can't long castle, which is a shame. I think you can't long castle. So let's, I don't know, play rook e1, rook c1 or something. Or let's play d5 and bishop e6. d5, bishop f4, bishop e6. That also looks really good. Just anchoring it in and pushing the king away and maybe like threatening to very quickly push it down the board. I mean, fascinating game, really. Fascinatemundo game. Which, I mean, would be great if Connor beat another 26, 60 or 70 GM. Let's look at Alex Baburin against Vincent Keimer. Maybe Germany's next 2700 player. We haven't had a fantastic amount of them. Like Arkady Najic was the last one, I think, and he's no longer even playing for the German Federation. I think he plays for Azerbaijan these days. Not in this Olympiad, though. Maybe he is still in the German Federation, but I thought he wasn't. What do we think about this one? Okay, I see that there's a pawn hanging. So let's can see that there's a pawn hanging. That's all I can say. What are you gonna do? You're gonna use it as like an excuse to double. Oh, you can't. Maybe you have to play f3 first and then double or something. But how good is that even? Or do you want to jump in here? Not really sure. Okay, computer says f3. Knight d6. Okay, one. Okay, already not really following the computer, I must say. So if you play this now, then e4, and here, and here, here, and e5, and you're winning a piece. Okay, I mean, pretty long-winded combination there. Okay, reminds me a bit of Diana's thing that she lost to yesterday. Anyway, it looks like an interesting position. Maybe White is just justified in sacking that pawn, and maybe it's good for White. Okay, Tarun against Rasmus Svane. As I said before, he's also 2650 or something, so don't pay too much attention to the fake news lead chess ratings there. Oh, okay. Okay, so he puts the knight on f5 instead of taking on h5 right away, because, you know, bishop takes h4 is coming anyway. So instead of allowing that, he plays knight to f5 first, makes him capture with the pawn, and then takes on h5. Interesting. Now, does black want to take on e4? Maybe. Guess you can maybe take on d5. Maybe if we take the other way around. Because this pawn was hanging to the queen. It takes, and bishop takes or something. And what do we think here? Materials equal. White has two h pawns, an open king, but maybe attacking chances. The bishops look a bit frightening. The queen's also on this diagonal, which might, you know, allow for some tactics. You can never really play g6 because it's just going to get taken. And you can also shift over. Like, okay, practically this looks a bit scary for black. Although I guess you can play bishop g5, and then it looks much less scary. So maybe not that scary, because now, I mean, if you take away the start square bishop, then there's no sacks on h6 anymore, and that makes the position a whole lot more bearable. So Tarun seems to be maybe doing okay. We'll see. And Mark. Okay, I mean, he still has this unfortunately cramped position out of the exchange. Ru Lopez, where the double pawns have become pretty big assets against White's weak d3 pawn. So black should probably still be better here. So yeah, apparently winning in one game Connor against Matthias Bluebaum, and then maybe very much in trouble in this one, and maybe okay in Tarun against Rasmus, and maybe slightly less than okay in but maybe also okay in Baburin against Keimer. So definitely not an easy day for Germany again after they lost to Austria yesterday. Also, let's look at the Carlsen game real quick. He's playing as 2500 today, allegedly. Can never trust leeches in these. Okay, Rogozin. It was apparently, leeches tells me. Didn't go far back enough to see. Oh, okay. Looks like a pretty strong attack is brewing here. Bishop h7. Can't go king h8 because it's checkmate. Not only would would it be a royal fork, but also checkmate at the same time. The royal fork. But now, I mean, with the bishop on h7 and the king on f8, you're never really going to be too safe. Oh yeah, and also now rooks get open up against the queen. f4. Okay, looks like Magnus is just squeezing this person to death. Or maybe it's also a quick neck breaker in the making. Let's see. Also, Norway lost yesterday against. Who did they lose against? Italy, I think. think they lost to Italy. Quite a big upset. Losing on the bottom two boards. Aryan against this person. Looks too chaotic for me to evaluate, sorry. Not gonna do it. Hammer against Bilgoon. Okay, this pawn looks like it can just be taken. And then, okay, it's gonna be equal pawns. White might get a bit of a weakness here with this construction. Okay, not really sure. Maybe black's definitely okay here. So, okay, that was just a quick look out. Let's go back to the women's section, where our favorite team of the tournament is playing. Let's refresh. I'm a little bit scared to see what's happening. Let's see what the line was. Okay, so she did go knight a4. We talked about this. Oh, this is actually the exact line we talked about. Fascinating. And what did we say this was? I think we said this was okay for white. Oh, wait, what? Rook takes e2. An exchange sack. Interesting. All right. Interesting. So idea is, maybe it's not an exchange sack because can you just? I mean, okay, if you take here, then we're just gonna. This doesn't work because bishop c3 and then you're winning the bishop, so you can't do that. That's what I was thinking. So you're gonna have to play something else. Maybe you can play rook d1, and then you give up the bishop, but you're gonna play d7, and then you're gonna win it back. How are you gonna stop my pawn? Can't play rook back. Can't do it with the knight. So you're gonna have to play bishop f6, and we make a queen, and we win the bishop back. Sorry, okay, we have to take first before we take the bishop back. And then we're up in exchange, but white, black has some activity and a pawn. Maybe rook c2. No, the h5 pawn's still hanging. That's good. That's what we like to see. It's been hanging for a while now. Maybe rook a8 or rook d2 or rook d1. Maybe rook a8. And rook here, we have this. And okay, but we don't have this right away, but what if it takes? No, we have king d2. Okay. And then finally we actually have this because the king is too close to the rook. No, actually we don't. Let's see. Okay, but let's say rook a1, then here, then we at least unpin. Maybe we have something better. Maybe we don't need to unpin. Maybe we can just give some checks, and if the king steps onto the light squares, we have our own discoveries. So maybe we can take advantage of that, the king not being able to go there. For example, if we give a check here, black has to go to the back rank, because if you step here, then rook a6 here, and then we can take this, I think, and then if takes, we take here, and boom, and boom. And then we're also picking up this pawn, so that would be winning. I mean, this is just, I don't know, like none of this has to happen, of course, but let's just say that the rook can't at least step onto that square. So if we give a check and the king goes to the other direction, then what do we do? No light squares, no 6th rank. I mean, what if, if we take here, for example, then I guess we also prevent bishop b3 because then the rook will just be hanging. So maybe that's just actually what we have to do. Maybe we just take the a pawn, and then actually that's fine. Now, maybe we just don't even need to give a check. We can just take it right away. I guess I'm a bit blind. Sorry about that. Too much chess. Chess blindness. Okay, anyway, what happened in the game? Diana hasn't taken back yet. Okay, but like, you're gonna need to take back. Maybe you take back first, and then what else are you gonna do? You can't really not take back, otherwise you're gonna be lost, right? Like, you can't really be... I mean, maybe she doesn't see the d7 idea. And I guess maybe if you think you have to play this, then you're going to be in trouble. But if you see that you can play rook d1 and d7, that should be good. Good. Okay, but actually, does this c3 check ever do anything? Maybe this changes something actually. So let's say takes and d7 and bishop c3 check, so we're not actually close anymore. Oh no, but then we're safe because we can go to g2 on check. Actually, this is still fine. Bishop f6, and we make a queen, and takes, and takes, and okay, I mean, now we're still up in exchange, so how bad could it be, really? Can't imagine it being too troubling. I mean, let's say you take this now, it still doesn't work because of h5, right? So, because like we're kind of a little bit happy about this pawn because we can play king g2 and there's no bishop d5 check. So what if actually f3 or something, e3 or something? Trying to open this up. But then we can go king f2, so actually we didn't win anything. So that doesn't actually do anything for us as black. And we take away one square, but we give one back and we sacrifice a pawn, so not really actually very helpful. Okay, let's look at Rissa's game. We didn't like where it was going at all at some points. It's really impressive how dead chat is sometimes. Oh, there we go. To quote Naroditsky, Bluebam was in serious danger, or is in serious danger of losing. Well, yeah, definitely. He definitely looked like he was completely in deep trouble. Deep trouble. Let's look at the position now. Okay, so queen f5 happened, of course, and we went with bishop to f4. Now we were thinking of maybe d5 or rook c1. Bishop f4, similar idea though. I mean, just, you know, restricting the king, getting ready for this and this. But now, okay, this was maybe a drawback of not playing d5 first, because if we already had d5 in, we could have played bishop e6 check. Now we're gonna have to move our bishop first. And actually we can't maintain it on this side of the pawn. So let's see what the computer thinks. Computer thinks it's fine. After both bishop c4 and bishop g6. I mean, bishop g6 makes a lot of sense. I guess now the rook is retied down to this pawn. Where is it? Because the bishops would be stacking themselves up. But it also would be checked, so if we ever took, I guess it would be fine. So maybe bishop g6, rook f6, and where do we go now? h5, h7. Well, if we go to h7, then I don't see what we were doing. Seems better, so maybe c4 makes more sense to me. We're still attacking a pawn, and still sort of keeping a little wall going here for the king. Keeping loads of squares under control. Donald, where do you get these lucky one pita? Interesting. Don't you get like, if you're a streamer and make these kinds of emotes, don't you get in like, you know, copyright trouble? Or does Twitch get into copyright trouble if they allow these? Always interesting to me. Okay, so Tarun. Big Family Guy has not come for us yet. I mean, Big Family Guy is always, you know, big chem or big pharma or military industrial complex. There's nothing against Big Family Guy. Nothing at all. So you better be trembling, shivering in your boots. Okay, not much has happened in this game. They're both pretty low on time. And it's move 18. Move 18, by the way. And Rasmus has 17 minutes, Tarun has 11. And to remind you, to get an extra 30 minutes, you have to make it to move 40. So they have 22 moves to go, and Tarun has 11 minutes left. I mean, okay, you do have the 30-second increment per move, but still quite tough. I think they would have to reach the level of Ninja or Amaranth before you run into issues. Yeah, maybe. Amaranth, are you intimately familiar, Donald, with Miss Amaranth? You need more streamers to make Peter Griffin emotes. Okay, let's actually maybe open up a third broadcast tab so we can look into other teams without losing our Team Ireland colors. Anyway, actually we were looking at Trisha's game. I don't know why we switched. I do know why we switched, but maybe we should switch back. Okay, interesting. So this was the position in Trisha's game. This knight looks a bit... I mean, you're gonna be close to getting your knight trapped soon, you know? Like, this bishop is dominating all these squares. The knight is controlling this square another time. Then this square is, like, you know, all your squares are being taken away. Now, maybe something that covers a2. And then a3. And by that time, you had better done something. You better have done something with your knight there, Trisha. Otherwise, you're going to be losing it. Yeah, we're very close. Yeah, I can imagine. Very, very close. Okay, these guys, a little bit less time trouble. They're already on move 26. Wait, what happened in Yana's game? Let's see. No, but this isn't dropping a piece, Waterford Wizard. This is the whole thing we analyzed. This is good. This is the right way. We play bishop b2, rook d1, and then after rook takes c4, c5 rather, we play d7, bishop f6, and d8, right? So we're going to win the piece back, and then we're going to be up in exchange, right? I mean, not the greatest exchange in the world. I've seen positions where being in exchange up is a little bit better than this one, but if this is the line, I think we're very happy. And I think knight b2 is definitely the right move, otherwise you're just definitely lost. So I definitely wouldn't say she's about to drop a piece. Her opponent's also been thinking for 5 minutes on this move. Maybe in the meantime she realized Diana's devious plan. By the way, that definitely wasn't a plan. She definitely didn't consider this, but so yeah. No worries, Waterford Wizard. I'm just saying that's the line we looked at. And I mean, there's really no other choice. Like, you can't go wrong here, because what else are you going to play? You can't play rook b1 because, you know, that just loses. So, you know, rook d1 and we should be okay. At least okay. So this is brilliant. Well, don't know that Trisha wasn't as highly rated as she is now for a long time. Like, she was more like 21 something. She just gained a huge amount of points in a very short while. Let's look at her FIDE for a second, maybe. So Trisha was this photo is so good. I love that photo so much. She looks like such a happy cartoon character, you know. But here, I don't know if you can see it on stream. Wait, let me check. Yeah, so here you can see Trisha's rating went up by 175 points in July. So she wasn't always this high rated, but like her K40 is really putting in some work. I mean, she's varying a lot. Like, before that she dropped 70 points. So it's not like that was it, but she won the Irish Women's Championship with 5 out of 5, gained 50 points. Then she played 2 other tournaments and won like 100 points and 20 points. So crazy amount of rating gain in a very short time. Hey, Morologist, your chat only. I saw Diana's on the YouTube coverage of the Irish team. Wait, what does that mean, on the YouTube coverage of the Irish team? You mean like on the Chess24 stream or something? And they covered the Irish game? Or what do you mean? Or did they, you know? Rook takes c5 instead. Okay, well, that at least is no problem so far as I can see. So we go rook b1 and there's no rook b5 because our bishop's controlling that square, and let's say rook c2 is also not scary because we're just going to move our knight to a4 or d1. d1 maybe. a4, it looks like it just doesn't get tempoed, and then maybe although I mean, knight a4, rook a2, then knight c5 or knight b6, knight c5 maybe, and then we're already like still again very close to getting this pawn through. Is she cheating? Yes, don't. I'm sure Trisha was cheating. Yes, I'm sure that's how it happened. I'm sure that's how it happened. Maybe she's cheating with like a real smart brain or something. That's just unfair because not everybody has a real smart brain. So how dare she? Anyway, let's look at Laura's game real quickly. Real quick. Okay, queen went back, no queen trade. I can understand why you might decline the queen trade because black's center looks quite nice, although it must be said that a cheating scandal could really put Ireland on the map. Yeah, so if we're not going to win the Olympiad, at least we want to be on the map for some reason. That's true. Better be. I mean, there's no such thing as bad press, right? So I think that's definitely quite cool. Quite cool to have a cheating scandal. I mean, it really sets you apart. For example, France had a cheating scandal, and that really, look where they are now. They have MBL, they have Farouja. It must have been great advertising. So what if we had taken I mean, this does look a little bit intimidating, but what I was thinking about is like, if we ever can get b4 in, or even e4, breaking up the center, that might be very good for us. So this is maybe the right moment to even play e4 because d4 isn't a move, our bishop's being hit, and it can't even go to like the best square. If it goes to e6, then maybe we just take it, I don't know. We don't win a pawn for now because we still have, there's still a knight on c7, but it doesn't look pleasant for black. Anyway, not what happened. So bishop e4, maybe we're untangling a little bit for black. Of course, we always need to look at what happens after f3. I guess we're gonna go bishop f6 and bishop g6, and can we play e4 now? No. I mean, probably not as advisable, but maybe possible. But it's not really as good because we're not going to be able to take with the rook. So actually, no, we don't want to do that. Instead, bishop h3 was played. Interesting. Maybe she still wants to play f3 at some point, though. It's not like it's going away immediately. Opponent made what looks like a poor move versus Diana. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see it. We like poor moves by our opponents. Oh, she did play rook c. Wait, no, not in the order that I thought. So Diana went rook d1. Oh, so not rook. I guess, okay. I mean, same idea, right? I mean, bishop b2 and then d7. Oh, so knight f8 first. Okay, never mind. Yeah, see, she went knight f8 first. Rook d1, knight f8. Knight f8. Knight f8. Okay, so we are relieving sort of this bishop from this duty, or rather we're saying that you can't play d7 and now your knight's hanging. So knight a4 makes sense to me. Now we're activating this knight. And rook c2. Jesus wept, by the way. I don't recognize your name so much from the stream. It's interesting, but you have a 12-month or 9-month badge. 12-month sub. Speaking is hard. So hi. Oh, good. Nice to do here. You don't catch them too often. I see. Okay, anyway, rook c2 and okay, we could have offered like a gotta support Irish chess. Well, great, thank you. My aunts like to say that. Jesus wept. Oh, they like to say Jesus wept when you do something stupid or something, or when do they say it? Or when somebody does something mean. Anyway, what I was saying is, we can maybe offer a repetition like this. Be like, hey, buddy, do you want to draw? Do you want to draw, by the way? Hello, do you want to draw? Always an option. I mean, we can even, sprinkle in a cheeky bishop takes h5 in there, and then do the same thing. But instead, we went knight b6, and opponent's thinking. Opponent's down to 15 minutes. Diana has 10, but we're on move 30, so maybe it's not the worst thing. A minute per move plus. It's kind of just when you're shocked in a bad way, like shouting Jesus Christ. Okay, I see. Okay, I mean, I really would have liked maybe to throw in, rook d2, rook d1, rook d2 for at least, if nothing else, to gain some time on the clock. Always repeat when you can, Russian School of Chess, is it? Make your opponent think a little bit. By the way, her opponent is quite a bit higher rated, so she might want to push for a win, and if you repeat, then she might end up doing something stupid. Now, it's a little bit, compensated for. I guess the rating difference is a bit compensated for by the fact that this is a team event, and Armenia is already up 1-0, and at the same time, what about this little clash here between Trisha and Lilith? This looks also like a good position for Armenia. Although it must be said that she's down to 6 minutes for 11 moves. Or 10 moves. I don't know, 11 moves, yeah. Never mind, she's right. LMAO, Jesus wept, is also the shortest verse in the King James version of the Bible. Now, that is some trivia that nobody needed to know, but now we do know it. Thank you, Donald. Ew. Multivitamin juice. I don't know why I'm drinking this, but like, my mom's boyfriend put it there earlier, so I'm like, I feel obliged. That's going in the next quiz, yes. It was so funny, like we were doing in Reykjavik, Diana and I went to the to the chess pub quiz, and of course we don't know anything about chess history. Actually, I mean, she knows even less than me about chess history, so it was quite the fun event. But we didn't even do that badly. We didn't even do that badly. We finished like, middle of the pack, maybe slightly bottom half. But, with all these old people, I think that's a reasonable achievement. I mean, it wasn't all chess history, by the way. It was like, current chess events, chess trivia, and like famous positions and all that. Just went to Lichess puzzles. I did 1938 last night, a new PB, but I forget to advance to next puzzle before leaving the site. So I'm at 1926. Wait, so you got one marked as an error? That's annoying. That's annoying, but okay. Puzzle rating is not really Chess Twitch drama. No, I don't think there was any chess Twitch drama. But actually, there was question about some guy, some Icelandic guy who participated in some event, and then there was also like, I mean, there were some streamer names. It's also a great band name. Jesus Wept, you mean? Yeah. Sounds like a heavy metal band or something. Okay, let's actually check on Connor real quick. I'm curious about... no, I mucked it up. 1 second. 1 second. Gotta fix that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's go to Connor. No, stop it. Go away. Connor, I said I need like a voice activated, a voice controlled computer. Thought controlled, even better. No, it stayed at my score before that puzzle. I don't know what that means. If I ever get my puzzle rating to 2000, I'm never doing another puzzle again. I'm sure you can do 2000. Although Lichess is a bit annoying with puzzles. I don't like the Lichess puzzles that much. Anyway, let's see how it went. Wait, what? Oh, and king to e2, saying you can take my bishop, I'm going to take yours. Computer doesn't like it, I just turned on the computer because I don't want to even think about doing that. But now we're in an opposite color bishop position, which doesn't seem like, you know, it improves white's winning chances. Now all your pawns are on dark squares as well, which, I mean, if you want to defend in this kind of endgame, that's fine and good, but if you want to win, it doesn't restrict the opponent's bishop at all, so it's going to be a little bit tougher maybe than it should have been. Are you going Chess.com? But Chess.com puzzle 2000 should be very doable. You can do this. I believe in you. Okay, anyway, so maybe Matthias some more drawing chances than he had previously. Let's look at the other games. Hammer against Baburin. So it did end up taking that pawn on a2. And this line happened. Knight c8, okay. Oof. Looks a bit dodgy. Ooh, lots of counterattacks. So I mean, our bishop's hanging, but we're saying with bishop to d8. Now my question is, why can't we take it here? Why can't we take it on b3 here? What's the idea? Because I understand we can't, I mean, you know, the idea was if takes, then we take, and then rook takes b3, rook takes d7, but what if we take here? Okay, e6, right, and then we're trapping the bishop, that's the idea. Right, okay, so he took instead, and knight c5, and rook d2, so again counterattacking. Can't really move the bishop away, it's trapped. He's saying now please move your bishop. He doesn't do so, of course, protects it. Now again the bishop's kind of trapped, but it does have a2. But I mean it's all very loose, like it seems like it's just a matter of time before you're collapsing. One way you could think about freeing yourself is playing e5, but unfortunately you're gonna get hit by king e1. Ah, but you do have rook b2, but knight d3, and then you're finally losing losing an exchange after all that. I'm zeroing out my puzzles for the third time. How do you zero out your puzzles? What does zeroing out your puzzles mean? Like you start from scratch, or how do you do that? Do you like get them all wrong on purpose and then you start over, or what does that matter? Or what does that mean? Or you're making a new account, or can you just reset your puzzle rating? Okay, let's see Diana's game again. I don't really care about the men's team as much as that. So let's see. Okay, knight b6 without the repetitions inserted. Rook takes. Okay, so we again like there's a question of taking on h5. I don't know. Like nobody's caring about this pawn, but you know I like pawns. Like, is it really such a terrible tempo that we can't play bishop takes h5 check? I don't know. I don't know. It seems to me like we could have taken that. But okay, we didn't. Okay, d7 was played. I mean, I guess that was the point. But there is bishop d8. And now, again, we can take on h5. Wait, what? No, Diana blundered a piece. Oh, come on. What is that? Well, I mean... Man, that's bad. That's no, come on. That's so bad. Ugh. I mean, that's not great. Just forgot that there was a rook there, I guess, or that it was check. Or I don't know. Oh man, that's horrible. That's so unfortunate for Diana. She played such a good game. She played such a good game, and then all gone in 1 second. Oh no, come on, that's so bad that happened. Again, she played such a nice game, and then I don't know. I don't know what the idea is. Lots of moves should be fine. I mean, I'm sure you can take on h5. Maybe you can play bishop c4 if you want to trade some stuff off. I mean, that actually makes sense to me. Bishop c4, but knight c4. Oh man. She played it instantly as well. Ah, well. That's very sad. And now I don't get this either. Like, why are we playing rook d2? King e2, king d2 rather. Why aren't we playing like king e3? At least keep the pawn defended. I mean, okay, I guess the idea was this, but unfortunately, just bishop e6, right? Oh man. And I mean, for the two bishops, this is going to be very easy, unfortunately. It's not like you have, you know, 2 rooks against 3 pieces. That's not the worst thing in the world, but let's say there wasn't this pawn on the board, then maybe, you know, we could talk about it. But unfortunately, the 2 rooks can't do anything against the 3 pieces. Because, you know, they can never attack anything. Can only attack 2 things, and they only need to be defended once, and you already can't take them. Because otherwise you're just going to have 1 rook against 2 bishops or something, and that's never going to work for you. You're also going to be down 2 pawns as well. So yeah, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Ugh, that's so sad. That's so sad. I'm so sad. Okay, let's send Diana some energy. This is unfortunate. Gonna be really upset about this. How long did you think about this, by the way? Let's check. Ah, no, I messed it up again. Wait, where's the orange game? Wait, where is it? Here it is. Ah, man, that's really, really, really unfortunate. Very sad. Big brain energy incoming, yes. Well, unfortunately, that's going to be tough no matter how big brain you are. I really regret not having started being at all serious about chess in the 2 years I've been watching it on Twitch. What does being serious mean? Like, what's being serious? And what have you been doing with chess? Like, just playing or not even playing? Or would you like to start playing? You want to put in the work? Like, you know, study books and stuff? Or what kind of work are we talking about here? This also looks very bad, by the way, for Trisha. Very, very bad. Just a pawn down. Yeah, plays better piece down anyway. Yeah, maybe with the reduced numbers, it's an easier thing. There are a ton of interested people on Twitch who would help a company celebrate you. What does it mean? You mean you want to start streaming? That one they should give it a go. Why not? Okay, I mean Lara is still hanging on. What if we take here? You can't take here because of well, not here anyway. I meant no. Wait, what am I talking about? You can't take that anyway. So what's the idea here of C? Right? Like this, and then what if this? I don't know. C5, interesting, interesting. I guess maybe just get your pawn going. I mean, this bishop is very strange. Like, it went to h3 at some point, then went to f1. Bit odd. Ah, no, maybe you're dropping a pawn here. Maybe we have an attack at some point if white tries too hard to hang on to the pawn. I don't know. Hey, let's look at some other teams maybe. Let's look at England, for example. Joanka. A little bit of time trouble for both of them. Okay, interesting position. I'm not really sure. Black's targeting some weaknesses, but white has some, you know, nice pieces, maybe also some counterplay. Interesting. Here, okay, England 1-0. And Zoe's playing exactly that was what we're looking for. Okay, Zoe looks like we're repeating a little bit here. Okay, but this looks like she's killing her opponent. I mean, maybe this. Maybe this. But I can't really imagine it. Maybe this. I mean, this must be winning for white, right? So, I don't know. Some trades instead. I'm not sure if that was favoring white necessarily. Now we're repeating a little bit. Wait, wasn't this? Oh no, okay, this was not the third time. Barely. Then we're repeating again. I guess she just wants to reach time control. She is very low on time, it must be said. So she gained a little bit of time. Now, Zoe is another streamer. Horsey Chess on Twitch, I think. I don't think I'm not sure if she's been streaming loads recently, but she still needs she still needs 8 moves to time control. And she has 1 minute. It's a bit difficult, like she really definitely needs to have a win here. Because she was super winning earlier. Not okay. And look at the 4th board. Not sure. Not sure about that one. Maybe black has some initiative. Maybe white has. And probably black's better here. But we'll see. Any other interesting matches? Nah, okay, let's just go back to Diana's game. When her opponent, I presume, she played bishop d3 instead of bishop e6. That makes sense as well, of course. I mean, yeah. That's very, very annoying. She was completely doing well. And also she was just, probably winning at some point. Probably didn't quite play it as precisely as possible with queen b3 check. Instead, knight takes b5 would have been cleaner. But I think she was still doing well, and I don't know, I guess she didn't really want to take on it. Take on h5, and then she wanted to bring some pieces in, forgot that her rook was, or her bishop was hanging with check. Or not hanging, but like, being captured with check. Removal of defender tactic. I mean, this is just time trouble thing. Actually, of course, you would never fall for this if she had more time. Okay, so I mean, materially, this is not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, this pawn is just much too strong. With the two bishops, the two bishops are much too strong, and this pawn is what they need to, make their advantage known, basically. Is there any way to mess it up? How about here? Can we do something? I don't know. Forward. Well, but like, I mean, anything really. Maybe if they do this and hope that the pawn runs, then but I'm still not sure if this is good enough to draw. Like, even if they were to do that kind of thing, still not at all convinced, because your pawns are all on dark squares, the king is on the wrong side of the board, so even there I'm not really sure that you're I mean, let's just actually, just for the lulz of it, and let's say, I don't know, well, the good thing is you're not immediately getting attacked, so king would have to walk around. Actually, it's pointless. Of course, this will never happen. But yeah. I feel so bad for Diana, because she was playing a really, really good game. And then, just before time control, time gets the better of her. Here. I mean, as we said, like, bishop c4 is good. Bishop takes h5 is probably good. Knight d5 is probably good. No, not good. I mean, you're dropping a pawn, I guess. Maybe it's okay. Eventually you're gonna maybe. I don't know if you play this, then. No, you can't do this, because actually few tactics, counter tactics, and check, and you can't block because the knight's there. And then you're losing actually all the pieces. So that doesn't work. But okay, didn't happen. Very, 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 very unfortunate. Ugh. So our opponent played knight c4. Okay, we're just gonna keep attacking things. Then we're gonna hope your opponent makes one illegal move. And then we're just one illegal move away from victory. Yay! If anybody had missed it, Evia actually won her first game of the tournament in 4 moves, because her opponent made 2 illegal moves in the first 4 moves, which, you know, kind of funny. I don't know exactly how that works, because, like, even if you haven't played chess, it's not exactly obvious to me how you can make 2 illegal moves in the first 4, or ever, really. But I mean, you know, maybe in a complicated position where your king's in check and you don't notice, or maybe you're not used to playing on a board and you don't see something is illegal, or maybe you try to castle through check or something. But making 2 illegal moves in the first 4 is a bit strange. At an Olympiad, because you know you're gonna be playing chess. Maybe you're gonna learn the rules. I don't know. Maybe I'm being mean. I'm not really sure. I think she was also very young. Maybe she was also very nervous. So, also, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Of course, it happens, but it's just interesting. But you know, the only thing is, like, I start wondering how you get to a chess Olympiad then, because, like, you're very young, you don't know how the pieces move. Like, how do you get selected for a chess Olympiad if you haven't played the game? Like, what's the process there? I don't really get it. Like, someone must have picked you or something, or I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, let's look at Lara. Oh, okay, there's a pawn on h2. Interesting. And then there's also a pawn on the c file running up the board, sprinting. But I guess this pawn that Lara has, that's not really politicians' parents, children. Politicians' parents, that would be funny. Maybe they get their parents to play. Yeah, but maybe that's true. Maybe just starting to work on the CV early. I have realized there's like an extraordinary amount of chess incompetence on the job market. Like, people hear chess and they're like, "Oh, chess," but I don't actually know what anything means. Like, you can just bullshit so much, and it's, well, let's just say it's happening. Anyway, oh, Lara, according to, oh no, she's not flagging because they passed move 40. So she played, I guess it's after move 40. You make the 40th move and then you get the time. So she had to make a quick move here. So she chose queen g6, being like, haha, what if you don't see my mate in one threat? Her opponent saw it though, most unfortunately. Now, if you play at one tournament, that's good enough for CV. Yeah, I think you just need to like take part at the right tournament. For example, you need to just register for the European Championships. It's like, you know, anybody can play. Just need to get your federation to register you and be like, oh, I played the European Chess Championships. And then they're going to be like, the amateur championships? No, the real ones. Well, you say that, but I don't think that's actually accurate. For example, if you played on a national team, like in some country that doesn't really have chess players. And like, I mean, you wouldn't know that because in other sports, like necessarily there would always be choice, right? But in chess, that's not always necessarily the case. Like in youth teams and all that stuff. But I mean, okay. Pointless topic, really. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, actually, so I had this interview. It wasn't a job interview, but it was this interview for a isn't chess related, but it was an interview for a moot court competition. So it was the Helsinki University Vismoot team, and I went there to apply, and like there was this. I mean, it's similar to like an assessment center, I guess, where you work in groups on a particular case. And I don't know if you guys know anything about law, but like this was about a I mean, the moot court is about um, international sales law and arbitration law. And I didn't know what arbitration was when I came into this interview. I just signed up for, all the moot court interviews. So because I really wanted to get on one team, didn't really matter to me which one. I was like, whatever, I'll just, learn what it's about later. And then there was this whole thing. Like I thought they would maybe just talk to you but they had this really real setup, and there were like 50 people applying, and there would be 6 on the team. And then they had one-on-one interviews, and I'd already been selected for a different moot court, and I had to cut the interview short, basically, or I had to say I need an earlier interview slot because we already had a team meeting for the other moot court that I then went to, and I said, I have to go for medical reasons. Or no, I said I have to have an earlier appointment if that's possible. And then they said, why? Unless it's medical reasons and you don't want to tell us. And I said, I don't, okay. And they were like, okay, sure. Medical reasons give you an earlier thing. And then they asked about all sorts of stuff, non-law related, like you needed to make a sales pitch and all that. And then they asked about what other things I did. And like in the CV that you handed in, I just briefly wrote something about poker, like you had to do an emotion, letter of, what's it called? Like where you have to write a letter that tells you, where you tell like why do you want to do it, why do you think you'd be good for the team and stuff. And I talked just very briefly about like me having played poker a bit and stuff, and other stuff and things like that. And like they were just like, oh wow, that's so impressive. They didn't like, I could have said that if I had literally lost 5k at poker and that was my only achievement doing it, but they would have believed me that as well, probably. Like they wouldn't have questioned. Just me mentioning it was good enough to get them all excited. I mean, okay, I guess they did ask, like, did you really study the game and stuff like that? I was like, yeah, I guess I did. And engage with it and stuff, but quite funny how people have such strong stereotypes about certain things. I did one this morning and one guy showed up and he wasn't supposed to be there. So no one really showed up. Wait, I'm confused. Invigilate. Like you have to look over them while they write the exam, or what? Team sports go down really well. I tried to talk about going to the gym with my friends like it was a team sport. Hey, you need to just join a chess club, Donald. That's a team sport, even if you never play in an actual team event. It's like, oh yeah, I was part of this chess team. Ah yeah, that's what I thought, okay. No cheating. So Donald, if somebody was in that exam and then they were like, I need to go to the toilet, Mr. Donald. Are you going to check them if they have a phone on them or something? Or are you going to be like, yeah, whatever, just go? It's character check. I recently was in an exam and then they were like, yeah, just go, just one of you at a time. And then, I mean, obviously you could just, like some people had already handed in their paper and you could still go to the toilet, so you could have just gone out and discussed it with them if you wanted to. Or take your phone or whatever, you could really do whatever you like. I mean, not that it would have been the most helpful thing, but still, can't hurt. Okay. Is Diana doing Diana things? I mean, maybe her opponent doesn't see that the pawn's hanging. Do you see that the pawn is hanging? Armenian player? I don't think you see it, do you? You have to stand outside the bathroom while they go. Wow. Wait, but how far outside the bathroom? Like, is it you're in the bathroom, but they're in the bathroom stall? Or are you like outside the bathroom and then they have the whole bathroom to themselves? Or how, what's the deal? Okay, so her opponent, yeah, gives up the rook for the pawn. Well, the rook for the bishop and pawn. Which, I mean, practically the right decision. If there was like, you know, black had one less pawn or maybe two less pawns. I'm not sure even like with one less pawn you're probably still losing. But let's say black only had two pawns. Totally outside, not outside the cubicle then. So what's the use then when you're not even like, why are you outside the toilet then? You have to note how long they were out. Then you have to check if the bathroom smells after, or if they were just looking up stuff on their phone. Interesting. Interesting. Sounds very interesting. So you also have to like ask them for their names. Then are you also going to ask them, what did you do in there? Then you have to note down the answer word for word. I mean, just, you know, investigating. Whoa, things are happening. F4. Okay, I mean, messing up pawn structure. Reasonable move. Well, the problem is you would like to play something like rook d4, but unfortunately takes, and then this pawn's going to be unstoppable. Heard about a Walmart manager just doing a smell check, really? Yeah. Hey, don't go anywhere else. That would be fun. Just run somewhere. Wait, so is the exam room right next to the toilet? Or otherwise, are you gonna escort them from the exam room to the toilet? or can they like get lost on the way from the exam room to the bathroom? And then one notes when they go out, and then you note when they arrive at the bathroom. And if there's too much of a discrepancy, you ask, what have you been doing in the meantime? Are you slow? Can't you walk? You have to crawl? You have to escort them. Nice. That sounds real nice. So what subject is this? Like physics or something? Oh man, that's so annoying, by the way. I'm so sad about Diana's. Okay, this is actually, no, this is not how the game went. Baburin lost. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cute. Knight takes a. Goodness, look, this is mech and aero engineering. Let's see. This is the annoying way GMs finish off games. Like you're like, what? Why is he taking that? And then take, and then you have this and back rank mate. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. Magnus also won, it seems. Now look at Connor against Matthias Bluebaum. Looks like he's winning it, isn't he? Like, you know, king of 4, and you're just. This goes back. Rook e7, king d8. Now here, and then I guess it still doesn't quite work. Ah, no, but now you're threatening. He takes a 4. Or king g5 and king f3. Anyway, like just, you know, threatening all these checkmates here. Boom, boom. And then if you get your king to e7, then you win, of course. But yeah, so it looks definitely good. Now they've reached time control, so there's plenty of time to figure it out. Definitely looks like you should be winning. Maybe king g5, king f4, f4. Like everything's protected, so this is nice. You can't really mess it up too easily. King g5 looks logical. If you take, then you have king f6. Actually, do you? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just talking bullshit. Let's say you go rook h3 or something. I mean, it's going to be hard to defend this and this and this. And like this and this as well. Tough. Anyway, let's look at what happened in Diana's game. Oh, she did that. Well, okay, now it's probably going to end quite quickly because, I mean, the passed pawn is too much. I mean, not that it really mattered, of course. But I mean, I think you should have taken here and then, you know, I don't know. Actually, this is maybe bad. If you allow this. Then you go up. Oh no, there you hang your rook. Anyway, I mean, you were lost in, of course, so it's not really an objective question. What you should have played here doesn't really matter from an objective point of view. Ah man, that's really unfortunate. Anyway, I want to see how the German women's team is doing. They're playing against Romania. Olympiads against Irina Bulmaga. Okay, white's up a pawn, according to my calculations. And maybe it's a very useful pawn. Like, this kingside majority is kind of nice. Maybe this is just a weakness. But also I'm not really, can't really see anything. A little bit suffering from tired delusions. Okay, Josefina. Okay, this doesn't look right. I mean, it says one has 1 hour and 20 minutes and one has 45 minutes and it's move 18. So that can't really be true unless they started like a couple hours late. Yeah, Hannah Mary Clark lost. Not looking good for Germany. Oh my. I mean, here the pawns are kind of just rolling. The knight's great, the bishop not so much. Yeah, and then also an exchange down, and of course then the 7th and a pawn. Well, okay, that was pretty straightforward in the end. Jana Schneider. Okay, this looks like... Okay, white's up a piece for now. Does black win it back somehow? I don't think so. Let's say rook g1. Check. I mean, I don't know if there's a way, but I mean, it looks like white's up a piece. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be winning because, you know, the king's very open, but probably winning for white. So maybe some chances for Germany still. Actually, Hungary is playing against India on the top boards. Okay, here also black has a piece, but white has 3 pawns. And also black's king is pretty open, so definitely black shouldn't be winning this, right? I can't imagine. Then 2 draws, and Sachdev against Shoka. This is who played against Lara. Jana's opponent is resting. All right, interesting. We take here, then we have fork, so that doesn't work, so we just get out of it as black. And okay, black's up an exchange, and there's a pawn on the queen side also. You're gonna have to, I mean, if you move your bishop, you're gonna lose the g pawn. So that looks pretty grim for white, and also they reach time control, so shouldn't be too much of a problem to finish that one off, maybe. But yeah, okay, that's... Oh, there's also a Poland against France, which is or is it France? No. No, it's probably Slovakia or something like that. Let's see. Serbia, okay, close. Okay, close. Here, okay, opposite color bishops and a bunch of pawns. Black has a pawn on b2, but maybe still a draw, but maybe not. Maybe black's winning. Definitely not white. Then here, yeah, also doesn't look like black has any chances. I mean, we're just down a pawn. So France maybe in trouble in one or two of the boards. Now here, yeah, I mean, this looks like white's completely winning. Like, okay, up material and also, I mean, yeah, up material and also look at these pawns. What the hell is this? And Andrea Navrotescu, also a streamer, I believe, and direct or something. Probably also winning. Here's black. So actually maybe France will win after all on the bottom two boards. Here's actually Israel against Azerbaijan, drawn board 1. Now Dina Belenkaya is still playing. There's a lot of pieces still on the board. Let's move 41 though. And I mean probably, okay, white's winning. I mean, the bishop looks slightly less terrible than it did a move ago, so that's one thing. The rooks are awkwardly placed. Queen's a bit awkwardly placed. The dark squares, you know, well, the knight's gonna have some nice squares. Drawn here. But okay, let's go back to our Irish girls. Trisha is still hanging on. Got into a bishop endgame, pawn down. Yeah, but like this should be relatively clean conversion by white, I suppose. Like you go e4, takes, king e3, and this can never advance. You bring your king into the center, eventually you bring it over, you push your pawns, create a passed pawn. It should be, maybe not easy, but like it should be winning, unfortunately. How about Lara? Okay, Lara looks like she's getting mated, unfortunately as well. So unfortunately, we might be looking at an 0-4 for our Irish girls against Armenia. Diana's still keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Well, the problem is even the knight can take on g3. Like you want to get down. Like, okay, the dream, the dream here, of course, is to trade off all the pawns and get into a knight and bishop endgame, and hope that your opponent doesn't know it. But it's hard to achieve even that, unfortunately. And also, I mean, knight and bishop is really not as difficult as it's often made out to be. I mean, actually, it's funny because the knight and bishop mate is very, very easy against a computer, but not as easy against a human. Because the computer will always just very cooperatively go into the opposite corner, because that takes the, highest number of moves. But it's always going to let you set up your system to checkmate very, very easily. Not going to make any challenging moves. It's just going to make the moves that delay mate for the longest. But humans, they can be a bit tricky, like to voluntarily walk into the right corner for a bit, so you don't get to set up your you don't really get to set up your system to checkmate very easily, your W method. Okay, so what happened here? Takes, rook g5, knight f5. Okay, we take, and I mean, if we could just get rid of that last pawn, but we can't. We can't. Yeah, just e3, and yeah, nothing happening. In the men, Mark lost against Dimitri Kollars. Yeah, we were thinking that wasn't looking so good. Okay. I guess king e3 would have been a bit more tenacious, but I guess he didn't like rook g1. Then you have king f2, so you're like, okay, repeat, please, but then king h1, and can't go here because of this. And then I mean, okay, here you're forever locked up. You're not forever locked up, that's not true. No, maybe that's not the right move. What's the right move, computer? It is the right move, bishop c6. g3. And then rook f1. I don't know. Maybe this would have been better chances. But okay, here you just lost quickly. But it was, just before time control, big time trouble. Let's look at Tarun. If Tarun were to get a win, then we actually, I still have the computer on it, and it says, well, that's the dream cut for it, but like, where do you sack the rook? Because like you can't really sack the rook. Because your opponent has another piece, another pawn rather. But like, of course, that would be great if you could get her into a rook, into a bishop and knight. But first of all, I think bishop and knight has been, I think people know it more now after this kind of stuff happens. People know it more, and also she has another pawn, so that's that. That's really sad. I don't know if you saw like what went wrong, but like it was really sad because Diana had a good position, and then eventually, I mean, then it was like here she was just borderline winning. She played queen b3, which is not precise, because you could take here right away, and if here you're just completely winning because you win back the bishop, and the king gets chased around, and your pawn is almost promoting. So this would have been much better. But this is still okay. She found knight a4. Another move would have been rook c1. and if takes, you defend your bishop. But then later, our opponent played rook takes b2, kind of missing maybe that Diana had this resource. I think both of them missed it actually, because both thought it for a long time. You can't go rook b1, because then bishop c3 and you're going to be down a piece. But you can go rook d1 and then takes d7, bishop f6, d8, and you win the piece back. So you're a little bit better here. And then Diana went a bit active. Like here, I was actually just saying, why don't we play repeat for a little bit? Because I mean, what is Zach really doing? If she wants to win, then she's gonna have to risk something. And if she doesn't, I mean, you can still at least repeat, you know, 1-2 times until you get a little bit of time, because you are in a bit of time trouble. But she went for this and d7, bishop d8, and now bishop, well, knight c5, bishop c4, knight c4, bishop c4 would have been okay, because here you have, your knight's protecting it, but knight c4, unfortunately, runs into this, and this, and this, which is unfortunate, of course. And now this is how the game progressed. We got this pawn, but yeah. So unfortunate, very, very unfortunate outcome. Actually, so one thing would be, you play here, okay? Now, here, you're still lost because it's not on, yeah, it's never right, even this would be okay. But like, the idea was here, 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 but of course it doesn't even matter. You can even do this, and it's still fine. Even though it's tricky, it would still be fine. And Diana resigned. Very, very unfortunate. That's a really, just really a sloppy mistake. In time trouble again, of course. But actually, I mean, she thought about it for 3.5 minutes, or 4 minutes even, I guess, with increments. So 4 minutes, I guess I don't know. This is definitely not the first move she looked at. Like, she probably was like, I don't know exactly what to do, and then she just made a move, and then it was the wrong one. That's so sad. That's such a shame, because if you play bishop c4, I mean, you're definitely, you're up in exchange. You're definitely not worse. I don't know why that's not because it seems like, bishop c4 seems like by far the most natural move, by far more natural than knight c4, because I don't know what you're even doing with knight c4. I'm not really sure what you're doing with knight c4. Also, I mean, if you really want, you can take on h5. You could have done that earlier. But that's a real shame. Put knight c4. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. This is like, and if someone does this in online chess, you're like, person's cheating. They just saw c4 and put the wrong piece there. But I don't know. That's very unfortunate. So Diana loses. Lara looked like she was very, very much losing as well. The computer says +9, which is not what we like to see. But I mean, even she thought for 4 minutes. I'm not sure, but I think it looks like, you had this clear plan for a while, and now you're kind of in time trouble. You're like, oh shit, I need to make a move. I don't want to get down to 2 minutes. Still like 10 moves to make or something. And then you're just like, oh, I need to make a move. And then you make knight c4 because it's like, okay, looks kind of like an active move in some ways. Yeah, but I mean, that's just my assessment. I mean, I don't know what you do against, like, getting mated. I don't know why she's thinking so much. Actually, wait a minute, actually. I completely missed this, but we have it. Okay. No, okay. This is why you don't. When you come into a game and you don't know what the resources are, and you're like, what is happening? Isn't this just checkmate? Turns out it is just checkmate, but it's checkmate for black, so that's incredibly cute. Queen takes c7 also, I guess. Oh, you mean here in bishop from... Okay, but I don't know. Queen, boom, boom, checkmate. That's a cute mate, by the way. That's kind of nice. So that would have been great if that had happened. That would have been fantastic if her opponent fell for that. Very funny. Very funny. Okay, let's look at Trisha's game real quick. Wait, where do we go? Where do we go now? Okay, let's see if Trisha... Oh, taking. I don't like that. Why are we breaking up our own pawns? That seems very silly. What? I don't get that. Why would you do that? I mean, okay, I guess your idea is you don't want to play e4 because takes, then black's going to get a passed pawn. But if you're afraid of that, then why don't we just play e3? Right, it's not like we're lacking time, like stuff isn't going anywhere. Pawn endgame we're easily winning. It's a bit strange to take that, in my opinion. Now it's definitely a lot harder to win. Like, we can't do so much, and if we're not careful, black's gonna get a passed pawn anyway. So Trisha might hold it somehow again, like after being very much lost. After being very much lost, like yesterday, she was also incredibly lost and managed to draw. Like, this is some magic there. But this is I'm so upset about the Diana game. It's very, very sad. Okay, so yeah, what to do as white here? So okay, Queen h3 sort of prevents mate by, you know, kind of stopping all this nonsense. Oops, no, that doesn't prevent anything. It's actually funny if we play Queen c7, then that does stop the mate. But it also, if they're like, oh, let's do a checkmate, then that wins. But of course, it just hangs your queen, so that's funny. Anyway, let's delete that. That's silly. Get it off my screen. Get it off my screen, I said. Okay. So king f8. What else? Can we give a check and can we? Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Of course, we need to keep the rook. That was not the move I wanted to play. Oh, how about now? Now we play this, and if we do this, then we still can't do this. Some I thought we needed to kill the rook, but we can't do that. Ah, but we can take on h2 then, and then if it's discovered check, then we take the rook. So here, wait, no, here. Oops. What I was saying here, we can go here, and now if any kind of discover check, we can take the rook, and then take the queen and promote. Yeah, queen h3 looks clean as well. That's what was the first thing. Now the only question is, are we gonna waste her pawn? But shouldn't probably matter even. But what she played was queen c8. And Lara, of course, quickly played king c7. And now, I mean, I don't know why she's thinking again. Really, you should have had a plan what to do after queen c8, right? Like, okay, she goes back. Okay. Okay, interesting. Interesting, I mean, why would you do that? Maybe you're getting time, you just had a lot of time. How much time did she spend? She spent 20 minutes on 21 minutes on this move, and then she did this, and okay, now she's going back and forth. Now we're back to the same position we just had. She's really panicking, but surely she's gonna play greedy. What do you mean greedy? How would you get greedy? You literally don't have a choice here. Trying for the mate? Yeah, well. Okay, so what if she play king of 6? King g6, sorry. I mean, that doesn't really... Actually, like, king of 6, isn't that even more forcing? Like, doesn't this force you to repeat, almost? Like, now here, and... Oh, no, never mind, because now you have rook d7. Okay, never mind, so yeah, that does spoil things. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, okay. Her opponent's really losing it. He's really losing the thread. She's not willing to play queen h3 for some reason. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all willing. So what is she afraid of? Like queen h3? And where are we going? Like, how do we... well, I take it back a little bit because, you know, the sad thing about this is you can't even take the queen because you're still gonna get checkmated. We're gonna get checkmated. Maybe you can play bishop f3 or something. g4. Well, I guess you can take here maybe. Now that you forced me to. I mean, again, like, yeah, not so easy. Not so easy as we thought. She did play it. She did play queen h3. Wait, what? Okay, I ruined the broadcast, I think. I broke the internet. Actually, I have to go to the toilet, so. Okay, she did play g4. Let's let her see if she finds anything. Okay, let's see. How has it been going? Okay, g4. And she played queen f2. I don't know why we play queen f2 instead of queen takes e3. Just, you know, out of principle, might as well get a pawn with it. Maybe it doesn't matter. What were you saying? Rook f1, knight g3, please. Rook f1. That would be cute, yes. I admit. STME salute. Who's STME, Cutford? Tell us about all the streamers that we've been missing out on. Okay, that would be nice if that happened. Unfortunately, like if this was the first time this theme came up, then oh, study time, right? Actually, I think Queen f2 is a bad move because of exact. Well, no, I guess maybe it does want to provoke Rook f1, but I think it's a bit obvious because if you play Queen e3, then at least, like, you know, you're not making it so obvious. You're like, oh, I'm just taking a pawn here. Just taking a pawn over here. Move your knight, maybe. You know, in that kind of voice as well. Anyway, she played Queen d6 check. That is unfortunato for Team Irlando. Yeah, but actually, like, you still have some of the same concerns. So let's say King g7. Then what? Here, and no checks, and you're getting mated by force. What's happening here? You can't do that, so you're gonna have to, like, here, and then here you have Queen f5, and here, and Rook d7 8. So you can't do that. And if here, then you have Queen e8 and up, and Rook d7, King e6, and Queen e6. Right. Okay. I mean, unfortunate. Didn't end up going like this. Wait a minute. So is this the main line here? Wait, what? Oh, someone was in a different line. Okay. Here, and then she took on g4. Yeah, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Instead of Queen f5, she Queen takes g4. Same thing, really. And yeah. Okay, I mean, I guess that's it for Laura as well. So it does look like a tough day for Team Ireland. Trisha had holding chances. Let's see. So we have this blockade, slightly blockaded, like we're controlling all the squares. And we're also preventing a4. Moved her bishop away. That's odd. Like, why aren't we just trading off our things here? Like, why don't we trade off pawns when we have the chance to trade off pawns? Right? King takes even, I don't know. Pawn takes seems a bit more natural, just because we are keeping this pawn from becoming a passed pawn. But maybe we just want to create counterplay, also possible, with king takes. Okay, didn't happen. Instead, bishop e6. Yeah, she wants to maintain the thing, but now, I mean, by the thing, I mean the sort of lockout of the king, but of course, eventually the pawns can just advance, and they did, and now... Okay, now you're just not doing anything. Trisha has gone into refusing to do anything about, you know, the pawns mode. Now she's like, no, it's not okay. I'm just gonna move my bishop back and forth. But okay, now we are in some real trouble, because what's gonna stop the pawns now? Who's gonna stop me now? Having such a good time, these pawnskis. And it's even, I don't know, like let's say you keep shuffling. I think even like a6 or b6 win, because a6 you sort of make the pawn on the right diagonal. Ja, ein bisschen. Aber sollte gleich vorbei sein.
Wolltest du mit ins Kino gehen?
Nee, heute keine Zeit, aber...
Okay.
Ja.
Bei mir geht's noch ins Kino.
Jo, okay.
Will ich noch was von duschen? Kuchen gibt's auch noch.
Ja, okay, danke.
Ob ich dir passt, ja?
Halloween. e5 earlier should have been played. What do you mean a5 earlier? For black? Or what? Just. Choose. I mean, okay, this looks super over now. So I think we can say that an 0-4 is the somehow expected outcome. Alice finished a long time ago. Got blasted off the board. Laura's just stalling at this point. I'd be like, come on, please. Why are you sitting here? Just been thinking for 5 minutes. Seems pretty resignable. But yeah, I mean, good fighting spirit. I like it. I like it by Laura. She's generally someone who keeps playing for a long time. It's the same as Diana as well. I appreciate that. Although it's not gonna amount to anything here, most likely. She had some tricky chances at some point. Let's look at the US team. They lost yesterday. Okay, King H6, and we don't have our mate threats anymore. Do we? Okay, Carissa Yip against Shang Jilin. Or Jilin Zhang. It looks like a draw. As draw can be. Why is the rook on a1? That's weird. But yeah, definitely should be a draw. Bit of a weird position, to be honest. It's basically a Lucena position for white, but unfortunately black has a pawn. So it's not going to be too useful. And Anna Zatansky made a draw. So did Tohir Genova. So US team struggling again. Irina Krush not even playing. And Carissa Yip looking like she's going to make a draw, so it's down to Tatev Abrahamian. Who, okay, to be fair, she is winning. I guess she pulls it out for the US women's team. All right. India at the top there, still Gal or Joka, I guess Joka, still fighting against Tanya Sachdev. By the way, like it's funny, she's board 4, 23.99. Pretty strong women's team they have there, India. And okay, I mean she's just down a rook. So yeah. Unfortunate for Team Hungary, almost pulled out a result there. Okay, here Ukraine against I don't know actually what that team is. How's it hanging, boys? How's it hanging? Well, it's hanging just fine. Einsteiny. Unfortunately, Team Ireland lost 0-4 in this one. Wait a minute. Wasn't Tyrone winning? Weren't Ireland men going to draw like 2-2 against Germany? What's happening here? Okay, is this still winning? Let's see. Okay, I mean Connor was completely winning earlier. I mean, okay, now it's just a piece up. So yeah, definitely still winning. But Tarun was also winning earlier, wasn't he? Am I crazy? Oh no, what? He got perpetual. Wait, no, he gave the perpetual. What? Tarun, what are you doing? Wait a minute. Okay, I mean, okay, I can't, but like, I'm just saying that Mr. Computerman says -4. And this is after time control, by the way. Wait a minute, so he got the bonus time and then he used 20 minutes of it, played Queen f4 and gave a perpetual. No way, that's so unfortunate. He needed a win and they would have been able to take a 2-2 against Germany. And he took a perpetual when the position was +4. Now, how is it winning? That's not, of course, the other question. I mean, if you don't see it, then you don't see it. Before you make a wrong move, you can, I mean, of course, he doesn't necessarily know it's winning, but that's still very unfortunate. I mean, it says like everything's winning. It says rook b4 is winning. It says rook f d8 is winning. It says rook f c8 is winning. Rook b c8 is winning even. That's a bit weird that that's winning. Oh my goodness. That's so unfortunate. Well, but Waterford Wizard, it's first of all, Tarun, like as an IM, I don't think you're like, oh, I want to take a draw against this 3M. But especially like it's a team situation. You know, one of you're 0-2 down in the match, but you know one of your teammates is winning completely. So you know you need a win. Like it doesn't really matter if you draw or lose. You just need a win. And taking a perpetual there in a position that's like completely winning is, I don't know. Like, okay, what was he scared of? Let's just establish that for a second. Like, okay, what's wrong with rook b4, by the way? For example, what's wrong with that move? What? It doesn't look like, you know, it doesn't look like the scariest position in the world for black. I mean, of course, you're down a piece, but you're technically down a piece, but also like white's king is so open that there's like no way that you're not going to make a perpetual after this, surely, if you really want to. So let's say rook e4 and queen c1, and that makes a lot of sense. You're attacking this, you're attacking this, and if you take, I mean, you're just gonna make a new queen. So what else can white do? Knight 3. I don't know. I don't know. That seems very much like a waste. Also, let's look at Norway. Norway apparently didn't win again. Magnus won and 2 draws, and then their board 4 lost in a 100-point upset. My goodness. Norway is really struggling, and they lost yesterday, and now they didn't win again today. Looks like a very smooth game. I mean, if we look at the graph here for a second, looks like, yeah, white was just all crushing the whole time. Pretty impressive. Ah, man, that's very, very unfortunate for Team Ireland. Like, a really, really, really big waste. Like, drawing against, or not drawing, I mean, what's the, I guess drawing, is that the right word for this situation against Germany? That's it's a great achievement. Maybe that would have gotten some of the media coverage that was being complained of earlier, or the lack of media coverage was being complained of earlier. But yeah, okay, Connor still winning. I mean, he's gonna beat another 2660 GM. Very, very impressive. Also, Matthias Blubaum, European champion this year. Anyway, we're looking at Ukraine against Salimova. What is that country? Bulgaria. It is Bulgaria. Okay, actually, there's also Miloslava playing, which I was looking for that, but for some reason I didn't see her in the lineup, so I thought it must have been a different country. Actually, I knew the country, I just didn't trust myself to know it. Okay, so it's been very swingy for the Irish women's team. Getting Myanmar round 1, sweeping 4-0, then Hungary round 2, losing 3-1. Then with a huge rating disadvantage across the board, basically. Then getting Japan and winning 4-0, and then no, actually not 4-0, 3.5 half, because Trisha drew. Trisha actually without a win so far. She sat out so she's going to be at 2 draws and 1 loss, which is very unexpected. But anyway, this one, draw for sure. And Beloslava. Okay, probably a draw. This looks like a table-based draw. Actually, yes. Okay, here, table-based on Lichess says it's a draw. But, I mean, maybe not the easiest one in the world, but probably pretty easy. I guess you just shift your rook from, you know, a6 to a7 or something. Basically not letting the king in. And when the king comes over, I guess you just keep not letting the king in, and then eventually the pawn has to push, and eventually if it pushes too far, you go up, and maybe you don't have enough space for that. Maybe it's a bit tricky. Maybe it's a bit tricky still, the end game. But for now, it's not like in critical territory yet. So that's a draw on board 1, probably. A win for Ukraine on board 2, then a win for Bulgaria on board 4. So if both of these games finish in draws, that will mean a 2-2 of Bulgaria against Ukraine. That would be a pretty big success for Bulgaria. But they are worse technically, I guess, in both end games, although this one should be pretty trivial. Now, I mean, you're still a pawn down, but this is very, very easy. It's like, you know, it's not even close to a position where you have to pay particularly close attention yet. I mean, you can't go to the H file probably, otherwise you're going to get cut off, and then it's a pretty easy win for black. But of course, you go king f4, king f3, and you're fine. But like when it comes to difficult moves, I don't think there's going to be that many. Then next one is Georgia against something. I'm not sure. Maybe it's India too. Yeah, it looks like India too. Nana Zagnidze wins on board 1. Nino Batsiashvili loses on board 2. Leila Javakishvili wins on board 3, and Salome Melia wins on board 4. So 3-1 for Georgia over India 2. And here this is Netherlands against Poland. Alina Kaslanskaya against Eileen Robers. She's been a bit of a shooting star in the female chess scene. I think she's 16 or something. Pretty strong. It just made a draw. Yeah, okay, looks pretty safe. No way to do anything with black here, even though you're in exchange up for 2 pawns. I mean, I guess even though in material equality, technically. Nothing to do for either one, though. Monika Sochko beats Peng Zhaoqin. Olivia Kielbasa wins against first. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so a win for Poland against Netherlands. And I think France won against Serbia. Israel against Azerbaijan. Looks like Dina Belenkaya is losing, and that's going to mean that Israel loses as well. Maybe, unless they win this one. Okay, but crazy position. And low time, so anything can happen, I suppose. Then Germany loses against, well, I guess this game's still going. Okay, black isn't winning it, so Germany loses against Romania in the women's. Let's see if what happened in Lara's game is still going somehow. So king h6, pawn's getting pushed. Okay, I mean queen c2, rook c1, d1, queen c1, but now queen d1, and Lara is still fighting. Good stuff, I like it. Big fan of Lara. He's a good fighter. I mean, all of the Ireland team really are. Let's see if, I guess Trisha's game ended. Too much bishop shuffling didn't go well. I don't know why she didn't, I don't know, it seems like a bit fatalistic to just move your bishop back and forth. I don't imagine that she was thinking that it's going to be a draw. Oh, and even she sacks the bishop. Cute. Okay, cute finish, sacks the bishop, and yeah, king and bishop can't stop both of them because this bishop's very much tied down to the b2 square, b7 square rather. So yeah, unfortunate for them. 0-4 for the okay, now the game ended, I guess. Yeah, Lara resigned, but yeah, you know, try to really make it tricky. Almost made it so, but in the end didn't quite work out. You know, if we just remove that bishop and put our, what's illegal? If we replaced this white bishop with a black bishop on this square and made it black to move, then it would be checkmate for Lara. Now, was it checkmate for Lara? No, Lara, unfortunately. Going down, what else? Let's see Ellen's game real quick. Okay, maybe it's not in this bracket with 13. Let's go back. It's not what we wanted. Next set of boards, please. Okay, here Ellen against Andrea Ortez, 1900. Looks like Ellen won. Some QGD stuff. Okay, looks like the king side got a little bit mishandled there by black. And white has just completely locked everything up, and now the bishop's not great. The rook's trapped in the corner. Okay, and then she won a queen. All right, Ellen with a convincing win, apparently. And let's see if can see Lula Robs. And then we're gonna end the stream, I think, because I'm tired and I have loads to do. Let's go here and Wait, what? She's not even there. Wait a minute, let's see in the pairings. Oh no, everything is crashing. Jersey. Oh, Lula took a bye against South Sudan. Okay, let's still check if Jersey won. I want to see if Jersey won. Ashbrook. Okay, it looks like Monica Ashbrook won on first board against South Sudan. Rachel Ruddy won on board 2. Jasmine Forbes won on board 3, and Daisy Carpenter won on board 4. So all of them won. Let's just see a game for reference. Okay, Bishop to E6, a bit strange. Okay, trapped her own bishop there. I mean, okay, not like this though. I guess F3 is the move. F3 here, E4. That was winning a piece. Oh, okay, that knight came in. Oh, and that's a queen, okay. She defended the bishop, but the queen was left unattended. And checkmate, okay. Well, anyway, I think we don't need to look at anything else. Oh, actually, never mind, we definitely need to look at something else. Because, yes, Connor Murphy did end up winning against Matthias Bluebaum. Very impressive. That's going to give him a crazy performance rating. I think he's 4 out of 4, presumably. I think he's played all 4, and they had 2 4-0s, and now yeah, now that's the second 2600 GM he beat. So very impressive, and I think Tarun, I mean, that's very, very unfortunate. I mean, okay, still a good result to get a draw against a very, very strong 2650 GM, but yeah, could have had a lot more in there, loads more. But okay, that's it from me for the day. Unfortunately, again, I can't rate anyone because, again, I'm not in Diana's Twitch account. But we're gonna, in spirit, send you over to some other chess stream. So go and watch something else, and I will see you tomorrow for another round of Team Ireland, and maybe we're gonna have a really close game after having a couple of blowouts in either direction. Although the one against Hungary, I guess, was reasonably close. I'm really unfortunate with the 0-4 today. I feel like, I mean, Lara was doing quite okay for some time, and so was Trisha. And Diana was really doing well and even much better for a little bit there. But okay, it happens. Next time we're gonna get them. And there's still plenty of rounds to go. I mean, this was round 4. There are 11 rounds, so we have plenty of time to come back. 2 losses not that bad, especially against Armenia. I mean, Armenia, that's always a team that you're going to struggle with. They're like, what seed are they? Let me just quickly check that. They are seed 9. So, yeah. That's kind of all you need to know. Seed 9, just a really, really strong team. Ireland, seed 51, I think, so was always going to be a tough ask. But okay, that's it. That's it. Take care, everyone. Thanks for coming in. Steiny, Waterford Wizard, Cutford, and Mr. Toilet Guard, Donal. So, okay. Goodbye. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Just end on the correct setup here. So we can pretend that it was always correct. Which it actually was most of the time. Actually, not that much pretending going on. And okay, that's it for today. I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.